your seats. Still nothing? Hello and welcome to the July 11th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I'm Jeffrey Barton, Chair of Asheville Planning and Zoning Commission. Planning and Zoning Commission accepts public comment for our meeting in a variety of different ways. In person at the meeting, we have a sign-up sheet in the back if you'd like to sign up for public comment. If you're here to speak in person, individuals may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes of speaking on behalf of themselves or 10 minutes of speaking as the designated representative of a group. Written comments are accepted and read by the full commission if submitted to pzcommissioners@asheville.nc.gov in advance of the meeting until 5 p.m. the day before the meeting. Planning and Zoning Commission will hear public comments only on agenda items. In review of the special use permit item on tonight's agenda, the PZC will be acting as a quasi-judicial body in accordance with the North Carolina General Statutes and the City of Asheville's Unified Development Ordinance. After we conclude the administrative portion of our agenda, I'll provide further instruction for those wishing to provide witness testimony for this special use permit item. And I'll turn it over to Will Palmquist for roll call. Present.
Vice Chair Reiner is absent. Commissioner Wheatley.
Present.
Commissioner Seipel. Present. Commissioner Fairclough. Present. And Commissioner Bean.
Present.
We're going to take a minute to try to fix the audio issue on the streaming end. If you can give us a couple minutes here.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair.
Test, audio test.
Susan, could you try your mic just to make sure? Yeah, testing this microphone, see if it makes any difference. Any better? Jeffrey, one more time.
Test. This is Jeffrey speaking into the microphone.
Yeah, essentially muffled. Sounds like it. Something.
Testing one more time. Is this any better? All right, final test. We're last call.
Okay.
You got it?
All right. So we have a quorum. Well, before we jump into the administrative section of the agenda, we do have some agenda shifting. So item 4 on the published agenda, presentation of proposed UDO updates, will be shifting to the end of the agenda, so we'll do the project review first. And there's also an item 5 on the agenda, and the applicant has requested a continuance. This is a request for a special use permit for a group home located at 130 Rock Hill Road. Do I have a motion to continue this item to date certain September 4th, 2024? So moved. Second?
Oh, second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so we'll continue that item to September 4th. If anyone was here to speak on that item, you may come back and see us then. On to the administrative section of the agenda. As we've been doing the last several meetings, we have a land acknowledgement, and I'll kick it over to Commissioner Wheatley to take us through that.
Gathering today as the Planning and Zoning Commission, the body tasked with reviewing and advising on appropriate land use in the city of Asheville, it is fitting to acknowledge the storied history of this land. We occupy the land of the Cherokee people who have stewarded and been in relation with these mountains and waterways from time immemorial. This land is occupied through violence, oppression, coercion, broken treaties, and forced relocation. Please join me in expressing respect and gratitude for the present-day Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians, the Cherokee Nation, and the United Gadua Band of Cherokee. All of our indigenous neighbors, as well as the past and present marginalized community members, as we seek to join in the healing of the indelible traumas that are embedded in this land.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheatley, and do you have something that you'd like to add?
Yeah, Chair Barton, I'd like to make a motion if I can at this time. I know it may not actually be required, but I would like to see if this board is in support of ensuring that our land acknowledgement goes onto our commission website, the landing page that provides the information about this board.
I second.
Any discussion? I think this is a good idea. You know, the land acknowledgement really came out of some work with the Register of Deeds of Buncombe County and also consultation with tribal members. So I think acknowledging the land as the Planning and Zoning Commission is a really important thing. So any other comments or any feedback from staff? We haven't really.
I think that'd be something that we could easily do. Yep. I think we could provide a link to it on the agenda. That would be helpful probably too. So.
Great. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks. The motion carries. Next up, we have approval of the minutes of June 6, 2024. Draft minutes were provided in the meeting packet. Any comments or question about the draft minutes? Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve meeting minutes from June 6, 2024.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Next up, as we have been doing updates from committee liaisons and work groups, Commissioner Wheatley, any update from multimodal?
For sure. Inside of multimodal right now, I think a big part of the focus is just understanding how integral our transit and our sidewalks are to equity and the way that interacts and links with land use throughout our community. And so multimodal transportation went ahead and has kind of supported the transit committee for enhanced service to the S3 and the S6, which are the southern routes along Hendersonville Road to the airport. You guys may have all, or everyone on this board may have been made aware that the airport is doing a fair bit of business these days, and right now that lane is served on a 90-minute basis, and so MMTC feels that that would be a great opportunity to provide additional resources to a lot of housing we're also seeing going down south. And so in that meeting, and then as follow-ups to that meeting, the transit committee has passed on to MMTC and now to us, of course, the ridership data, which I think would be appropriate for myself to distribute to this group so we can kind of see where ridership is most engaged, and we can kind of roll that into our lens as we, review housing projects or mixed-use developments or retail, and just get a better idea, because transit, is a public good that serves the highest need community within our city. So I think that's the largest part of the meeting was spent focused like that.
That's great. Yeah, I particularly would be interested in seeing ridership data. That would be helpful.
All right, I'll make sure to get that over.
Great, thanks for that update. Commissioner Cycle, anything from Soil Erosion Stormwater Review Committee?
No, we have not met.
Thank you. And our housing work group did meet June 18th. Any thoughts or reflections on discussion from that meeting?
It's hard to remember the meeting right off. That was a minute ago. I feel like we might have talked about, I don't know, some of the proposals that are coming down the pike, many of which we'll hear about tonight. Questions and prospects around the anti-displacement concerns of some neighborhoods. Hoping, there will be further conversation about both of those things tonight, but that's sort of what I remember from our conversation.
I think that was the bulk of it, UDO updates to incentivize housing, but balance that against the anti-displacement concerns. We spent some time looking at the use table and thinking about some of the stuff that we'll be seeing in the presentation tonight around creating more districts that would allow duplexes and townhomes.
On that, just, I don't know, have you guys taken any time to examine or better understand what an overlay may look like for an anti-displacement strategy, or was that part of the discussion at all?
We didn't talk in depth about what an overlay may look like. I believe staff is kind of taking the lead on crafting the options that would respond to community concerns around development pressures in certain neighborhoods. And so we'll wait and see how that plays out from staff.
Excellent.
But another thing that I'm expecting will play into that determination of where that overlay is would be the data coming out of the missing middle study around which parts of Asheville are particularly vulnerable to displacement. So I'm guessing some of that data will feed into that process, whatever that process ends up rolling out.
Really cool. Thank you.
And you're probably aware, but we just released the affordable housing plan, and that was a presentation to the last council, so if you hadn't had a chance to see that, it does tie into missing middle strategies and some of the things they were asked about. The consultant for the affordable housing plan was asked to sort of comment on some of the things he'd seen in the missing middle and how the two might parallel each other.
Excellent. Do you know if the affordable housing plan is going to be presented here to us, or how that's going to be rolled out?
Yeah, we're planning on presenting that at the next meeting, actually.
Oh, excellent. Super. Appreciate you.
Great, well, thanks for those excellent updates. That'll conclude the administrative portion of the meeting, and we will move into the first item under the quasi-judicial public hearing. So we will now begin the evidentiary hearings for the quasi-judicial item listed on the agenda, item number 6. As a quasi-judicial proceeding, the Planning and Zoning Commission is not setting policy, nor are we soliciting public opinion on the desirability of an application. The PZC hears and considers evidence presented and applies the standards set forth in the Unified Development Ordinance. The PZC must make its decision upon competent, material, and substantial evidence to determine the facts of the hearing. The PZC will use judgment and discretion to apply the standards contained in the relevant section of City Code to the facts. The commissioners, in voting for an item, will not have a fixed opinion not susceptible to change, have a conflict of interest, or have engaged in ex parte communication regarding the application. This meeting is open to the public, but participation is limited to interested parties who wish to provide comment or testimony regarding the proposal. If you'll be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and how they relate to the relevant standards, not personal preference or opinion. So at this time, I'll administer an oath for all individuals who intend to provide witness testimony. So all those intending to provide witness testimony on item number 6, which is a request for a special use permit for a microwave communication tower and shelter at 555 Brevard Road, please step forward, stand up, and raise your right hand. That's fine. Yeah. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the information and testimony that you will present during this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. All right, thank you. You may be seated. As you come up to provide testimony, please clearly identify yourself into the microphone, state your name before providing your testimony. So now we'll move to the item, which is a request for a special use permit for a microwave communication tower and shelter at 555 Brevard Road. The property is identified as PIN 9627864275 in Buncombe County Tax Record. The property owner is Progress Energy of the Carolinas. The applicant contact is Julie Ratcliffe. Planner coordinating review is Will Palmquist. Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design. I'll be presenting this application for a special use permit for a Duke Energy communication tower. So the subject parcel is located here at 555 Brevard Road. You can see on the vicinity map, the property is kind of wedged between I-40 to the north, Brevard Road to the east, and Hominy Creek to the west. The property itself is almost 18 acres, and it's a current location for the Duke Energy Maintenance Operation and Administrative Office Facility. The existing zoning is Commercial Industrial CI. So just a little bit of background about the special use permit application process and how it relates to telecommunication towers. So telecommunication towers are permitted by a special use in the commercial industrial district. You can see the definition for a telecommunication tower in the UDO listed below, which is in this case described as a pole used to mount or support one or more antennas for a wireless telecommunication facility, which may be visible or concealed. As maybe alluded to earlier, there are 7 standards by which all special use permits are reviewed against, and then there are also very specific requirements for telecommunication towers that relate to the siting, the design, operations, insurance requirements, maintenance agreements, co-location of other equipment, screening, and fencing. And so the staff report's gone through those in specific detail, and also the more general 7 standards that apply to all special use permit applications. Planning and Zoning Commission, per the amended ordinance back in January, will make the final decisions on special use permits in the quasi-judicial hearing, and can also provide technical modifications to those specific requirements and standards for telecommunication towers. There are 4 that the applicant's requesting as part of this review, and I'll mention those shortly. So as far as the design or proposal itself, basically what's being proposed is a new monopole structure on the north side of the property, kind of by this parking lot. It's a 195-foot tall tower. There's also an associated equipment shelter with it. Duke Energy states that this is it's probably better called a communication tower. It's not really a telecommunication tower. It's not going to transmit cell phone signals or, calls or anything like that. It's not going to increase our cell phone coverage, unfortunately, but it will be used, fortunately, proposed to be used to support emergency plant signals, transmission and substation line communication, storm operation technology, and what's called the Duke Energy Smart Grid System. So it's really a way for Duke Energy's different facilities to communicate together on a separate network than, online or through cell signals and that kind of thing. So that's the purpose of the tower. Here is a more detailed drawing of the specific facility as proposed. You can see the telecommunication tower noted here, and there is the supporting structure just to the north of that. There are some other auxiliary elements to the facility that include a propane tank, for instance, and also an emergency generator located here as well. There's also a chain link fence and a 3-foot wide gate that would surround this facility as well. Then here are just some drawings of basically the tower itself. You can see shown here a couple of the antenna off the tower. The tower is 190 feet, and then there's a 5-foot tall lightning rod on top. So as I mentioned, there are quite a bit of specific requirements, standards, design, operational requirements for telecommunication towers through the special use permit process. The applicant has submitted information and evidence to show compliance or noted future compliance with those requirements. However, there are 4 technical modifications being requested by the applicant through the special use permit review process. So I'll go through them here briefly. There is, the applicant has submitted evidence to support the reason and rationale for these exemptions as well. The first being an exemption from the co-location requirements as specified. Those are items relating to the use of other tower equipment for co-location instead of building a new tower, for example. An exemption from the property line buffer, which is required along the western property line of the property for the use of the existing vegetation that's already there on site, which I don't believe meets the specific requirements of the type A landscape buffer in the code, but appears to meet the intent by providing that visual screening between properties across Hominy Creek from the adjacent property to the west. An exemption from the pole material requirements, which require a steel, silver, metal color in place of the proposed Corten steel, which is a material that weathers and rusts and is a rust brown color after a little bit of time. Finally, an exemption from the telecommunication tower height limit of 100 feet, where the proposed tower height is 195 feet. These are the 7 special use standards. I will leave them up here on the screen for now. I can refer back to them as needed. That concludes my presentation, though. I know the applicant has a presentation to share as well, but I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. Would you like to hear from the applicant?
Any questions for staff before we move to the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Palmquist.
You're
Sure,
welcome.
let's hear from the applicant. And just to reiterate, please state your name and your affiliation with the applicant team.
Sure. My name is Remington Jackson. Is this on?
It's a little bit low. We've been trying to find the sweet spot between the...
Can you hear me now?
That's
Okay,
better.
I know you guys can hear me. I just didn't know virtually.
It's not as high as usually.
Remington Jackson, representing the applicant Duke Energy. I work for Parker Poe, Adams, and Bernstein.
My name is Patrick Bernier. I'm a senior project manager with Duke Energy on all the telecommunication replacement towers.
And I'm Jackson Tate, and I'm a local real estate appraiser and consultant.
As I mentioned, I'm here on behalf of the applicant. First, I want to say thank you to staff for being so helpful along this process and application. Doing one in Asheville, new experience. I'm very happy to be here with you all this evening. We want to first go through our PowerPoint presentation, if that's all right with the staff. I also have copies, if you'd like physical copies of it, or if you're able to see it on your computers, whichever one works best for you.
That's great. If you don't find the screen, it's fine.
Okay, sounds good. According to your ordinance, sections 7-16-2, subsection C, to obtain a special use permit to be approved, certain findings have to be made. It is our purpose and our goal to achieve those findings today. We will present sworn testimony as well as documentary evidence that demonstrate this application meets each of the findings. We'd also like to enter a copy of this PowerPoint presentation into evidence to be entered into the record.
Thank you.
Some of this information staff has already mentioned, so I may not go through every single slide entirely, but just wanted to still have it here just because it's part of the record. As has already been mentioned, Duke Energy is proposing a new telecommunications tower, 190-foot tall tower consisting of a 190-foot monopole and a 5-foot lightning rod. It'll be located at 555 Boulevard Road. The tower is allowed by special use in the commercial industrial district that we're currently located in, according to UDO section 7-16-2D3. We're also proposing the tower that we're proposing also requires the following modifications. As was already mentioned by staff, those modifications will be a height technical modification, a landscape technical modification, a finish technical modification, and a co-location technical modification. As was already mentioned, that's what the pole would look like in theory. As you can see, the very top of it, there is where the 5-foot lightning rod is, and the rest and the remainder of it there. The communications tower is being proposed to support Duke Energy's smart grid, generation plant, emergency signals, transmission and substation line communications, and distribution for day-to-day storm operations technologies. The smart grid investment connects the field area network to monitor and control the electric grid. The requested additional height for the proposed tower will provide the vertical latitude required for the equipment to function at peak capacity. Duke Energy microwave antennas will be installed at the 120-foot to the nearby flat top tower, 120 feet to nearby high top tower. Just to go back so I can show you where that is. This will be the 120-foot, and this will be the this will be 120-foot, that would be the 100-foot, because that's how height works. Yeah, the bottom one's lower, the top one's higher, yeah, you get the idea. As already mentioned, this is the location of where the proposed site would be, as the stars where the proposed tower would be located. The acreage was already mentioned, as well as the location. The zoning, as was mentioned, is CI, which is commercial industrial. This is the other locations surrounding the area. To the north, it's not zoned. CI to the south, as well as highway business. East would be HB, east would be here, and west would be residential single family medium density. This is a site plan that was already mentioned by staff. And these were also images that were also mentioned by staff. The technical modifications that have been mentioned. The height technical modification, according to UDO section 7-16-2D3T, 11, is essential for continued connectivity of the Duke Energy system that the proposed tower be located on the parcel at the proposed height and design. The tower at the increased height will be an essential part of Duke Energy's day-to-day operations and is part of the fundamental physical infrastructure required to support Duke Energy's transmission and substation line communications and distribution for day-to-day and storm operations technologies. Proposed height of 190 feet to provide the vertical latitude required for the equipment to function at peak capacity. As was already mentioned, Duke Energy microwave antennas will be installed at 120 feet and 100 feet. Additionally, there will be capacity for LMR system antennas and future capacity for 2 third-party attachments.
To clarify, is it 190 feet or 195 feet? The staff report said 195 feet.
My apologies. It will be 190 feet in total. The pole itself is 190 feet, and then 5 foot of that 195 feet total is a lightning rod.
So the total is 195?
Total is 195, yes.
Okay.
My apologies. The landscape technical modification, Duke is requesting this modification to ensure that existing trees and shrubbery can remain on the site and avoid unnecessary removal of healthy vegetation in lieu of new plantings in the buffer area. Removing healthy vegetation and placing it with the new vegetation would be unnecessary effort that would result in less opaque vegetative buffering. The UDO requires, your UDO requires vegetative buffering to shield the location. The area was found to be steeply sloped with an average slope of 25.5. Slope ranges from 11.4 to 34.3 on the southwestern edge of the survey area. That will create difficulties in clearing and planting new vegetation. The finished technical modification, the proposed tower is designed to use cordine finish per the Biltmore estate request. The pole will be constructed of cordine steel, which quickly oxidizes to present a weathered rust brown coloration, with the understanding that the attached antenna cannot be treated, painted to match, and will remain their manufactured color. In the co-location technical modification, there is a tower about 400 feet from the proposed tower that Duke Energy does not own, but co-locating on that tower will not be viable. The nearby tower is 100% capacity and lacks sufficient space for additional equipment to expand Duke Energy's internal network. Duke Energy requires unrestricted access and independent facilities and their safety, reliability, and emergency power standards. Co-location on a tower not operated by Duke Energy is in opposition to Duke-only emergency communications tower site, and therefore co-location is not possible. The exclusivity of the tower being Duke-only was also a part of the agreement with the Biltmore. The special use requirements, these were already mentioned as well, but I will go into them. The proposed use or development of the land will be not materially endanger the public health or safety. The proposed tower is constructed in accordance with the applicable American National Standards Institute standards for communications towers. The proposed tower will be nearly 700 feet from the nearest residential structure across I-40, and the closest abutting residential property is nearly 970 feet away. The tower facility will be unmanned and located within the Duke Energy-owned secured site. Standard 2, the proposed use or development of the land is reasonably compatible with the significant natural and topographical features on the site and within the immediate vicinity of the site, given the proposed site design and any mitigation techniques or measures proposed by the applicant. The response would be the proposed tower will be located on the Duke Energy-owned parcel, which is zoned commercial industrial and allows communication towers with a special use permit. The parcel is already used for utility commercial purposes, which is compatible with the proposed use of a tower and will not require significant amendments to the site, such as rezoning. The parcel's mature vegetation provides natural screening to both the neighboring residential structures to the west and the highway to the north. Duke Energy will preserve the natural features of the site, which will provide the privacy screening of the tower. The proposed use or development of the land will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. In this instance, I'd like to call up Mr. Jackson Tate to ask a few questions. Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
Jackson Tate, 130 Highway 64, Suite 5, Cashers, 28717, I'm sorry.
Have you been sworn in this evening?
I have.
How are you employed?
I'm a managing partner of a fee appraisal company.
Do you have any professional licenses?
Yes, I have a certified general appraisal license.
And how long have you been practicing as an appraiser?
13 years now.
Can you please describe your experience with the tower project?
So I was contacted by Duke Energy a little while back about coming out, taking a look at the property, and developing an opinion as to whether I thought the proposed tower would substantially injure neighboring property values.
We'd like to now tender as a qualified expert in the field of real estate valuation and land use impacts.
I'm sorry, did you say to accept the appraisal?
Yeah.
So you know.
As an expert.
As an expert.
Expert testimony, and we've gone over this before. When it comes to this standard, you can only have expert testimony to testify about values of injury to property. So you do need to say whether he's stated correctly that he is an expert in this.
And do we all accept that, or?
The chair could really just, well, you can ask and see if anybody has an issue with that.
Does anyone have an issue with the,
Do you appraise real estate in Asheville often? I heard Cashiers, and that's a much different place than Asheville.
So I cover about 7 counties right now, and Buncombe County is one of those counties.
I guess more specifically downtown Asheville, where it looks like we'll be seeing this tower from downtown.
Yes, I do appraise properties in downtown
Okay.
Asheville.
I just wanted to make sure. Can I ask other questions?
I think right now we're determining whether this is an expert witness and whether we accept the qualifications as an expert witness. Anyone else have any questions? I think so. I accept that this is an expert witness, and you may proceed.
And we also have an appraisal that was submitted into evidence, which should be in your materials.
Yep.
Exhibit K.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Mr. Tate, did you prepare a property impact analysis for this project?
I did.
Based on your findings, could you present a summary of this regarding this impact analysis?
So what I did is I went out to the property in question, looked at where the proposed tower is going to be on that site, and then I looked at all the neighboring properties, anything that is contiguous or neighboring, and as what's already been outlined, to the north, of course, is I-40, so I didn't look at anything north of I-40, but I looked at anything contiguous to the east, south, and west. And so I visually inspected each property. Anything that had a building on it, I did not go inside, but I visually inspected everything from the street. And in summary, what my conclusion was is that based on the uses of the adjoining properties, or in some cases, the vegetation currently in place, my conclusion was I didn't see that the proposed tower would substantially injure any neighboring property values.
This time, we'd like to leave it open for any questions regarding this particular expert and regarding this particular standard for the findings.
I have a question. In your attachment K, there's a visual impact assessment. Could you speak a little bit about the methodology? It sounded like you float a red balloon 195 feet up and then determine.
I did not do that.
Oh, okay. That's in.
I was provided a copy of that report, but that's not something I physically did.
Okay.
We do have an expert in regards to that, if you did have questions about that.
Okay, I can hold my questions on visual impact for
Okay.
that expert testimony.
What's considered like a substantial impact? Is that 1%, 5%, 10%? I mean, like, what's just a rough idea of that exactly?
Exact percentages are certainly difficult
Sure.
to develop, but to me, the way you qualify that is if you had a property that you had comparable sales for to then develop an opinion of value, and you knew that by talking with market participants, or if you found in some cases other what we would call paired sales, where one property next to something that would then diminish the value, and then you have your property over here that's in the same situation where you'd be able to tell that. So the way I looked at this is, well, for commercial properties, anything that's considered commercial in its use now, or if the highest and best use is commercial, in my opinion, and based on my experience and what I've seen, a proposed tower like this would not injure the value of those property types or industrial. Residential is really, residential or multifamily would be really the two main property types where I think it would come into play, but in this case, the properties that are actually in residential use now and would probably stay in residential use, based on what I saw, would not have a visual of the tower at completion. So that's how I concluded that I didn't see any potential substantial injury.
Thank you.
During the review, did you look at our city's future land use map to better understand what not just is there today, but what we are aiming to achieve through the natural development patterns that we're aiming for with our land use?
I did not.
Any other questions for this expert witness? You want to move on?
Thank you.
The next standard, that the proposed use or development of the land will be in harmony with the scale, bulk, coverage, density, and character of the area or neighborhood in which it is located. Proposed towers in harmony with the surrounding area, as the current parcel is in use by Duke Energy for utility and commercial services already. Adjacent parcels to the east of similar zoning, highway and highway business. I-40 is located to the north. Proposed tower will provide essential communication services to the surrounding Asheville community, which is in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. Sorry, I don't know why these restarted every time at the beginning with one, but the next one, that the proposed use or development of the land will generally conform with the comprehensive plan, smart growth policies, sustainable economic development strategic plan, and other official plans adopted by the city. Proposed use will conform with the comprehensive plan and will not have an adverse effect on the living Asheville, a comprehensive plan for our future. Proposed tower will support Goal 30 of the healthy community, ensure public safety citywide, as Duke Energy will be able to respond to outages and communicate with employees in the field during storm emergencies. According to Living Asheville, a comprehensive plan for our future, there's now large projected growth in industrial zoned areas. As we are utilizing a parcel already zoned for industrial, there's no need for rezoning efforts or expansion into residential areas. Duke Energy has complied with city regulations for development of this proposed tower. That the proposed tower is appropriately located with respect to transportation facilities, water supply, fire and police protection, waste disposal, and similar facilities. The proposed tower will be unmanned and should not affect transportation facilities, water supply, fire and protection, police protection, waste disposal, and similar services. There will be an access road to proposed tower for fire and police access in case of an emergency. Finally, why did it turn 7 after 1? Sorry. That the proposed use will not cause undue traffic congestion or create a traffic hazard. As mentioned already, the proposed tower will be an unmanned facility and should not create a traffic hazard. Before going on, I did want to allow our other expert to speak about the balloon height that you had mentioned.
So Patrick Bernier, Duke Energy Senior Project Manager, address 505 Redstone Way, Charleston, South Carolina. So you had asked about the balloon test. So as part of these towers, they have to go through the NEPA process. It's a federal regulatory process. As part of that, they contact the SHPO, State Historical. We met with the Built, that triggered a request from the Biltmore for comment. So as part of that, you fly it's a red balloon, yes. So you fly it up to the top of the steel height, and then you take pictures from potentially historically impacted locations. The Biltmore added a couple more on their property that they were concerned with, which also addresses the color, the cortan. So we ran these visual simulations, both galvanized steel and cortan, because from the the terrace that they were most concerned about at the main residence, looking at the tower was backlit, or, the backdrop was the brown hill. It was in the winter when we did this. So they felt, and we complied, that the Cortan finish would be a less visual impact. And then the photo sims proved that out. So that's why the Cortan finish is like that. But the red balloon is flown in order to get those pictures of the steel height.
And could you also speak about your experience and involvement with the project in the tower?
So I've been involved with Duke Energy's tower and shelter replacement project across our entire footprint. We're not replacing a tower here, we're adding a new one to the network, but it's going to shoot to towers that are in the mountains in Buncombe County. So our effort from 2017 to now, I've been involved since 2020, 2019, 2020. We're doing this across the entire footprint. The aging infrastructure, the couple towers that were around in the mountains here in Buncombe County are at the end of their useful life. This tower in particular, the 120-foot microwave shot and the 100-foot microwave shot will serve as our what's called a head end, fiber head end. It's a direct connection to the network. So we do line of sight microwave paths to these towers. The first one will be high top and flat top, and those towers are we're working on replacing those towers right now. So it's a direct connection. And then the top two antennas, the pole antennas, those are our LMR system. And what that LMR system does is allow for direct communications for storm recovery, lineman safety. It's a way for, similar to 911, the police cars, the Viper system, if you guys are involved with that. That's the exact same system, right? So it's all based on car radios. We have handhelds. During storm recovery, trucks from Florida could come up here and get on that same system because it's a footprint-wide network upgrade. And that's why we like those down here for gap coverage and filling coverage.
Could you speak to the purpose of the 190 feet above the 100-foot limitation?
Yes. So we looked at the microwave pass. You can see one's at 100 feet, one's at 120 feet. So we're already at 20 foot above the max tower height here. And then above that, we're placing the LMR system, and that LMR system requires vertical separation to be the most effective, which is the height between the antennas. Even, they stick off 6 foot off the tower, but you want to have them vertically separated because they're on the same frequency.
What are the procedures in case there are emergency regarding a tower of this height?
That would be something else. Okay. But any questions about why we're doing this or what the tower's going to serve?
Yeah, I appreciate the context around the visual impact study, that it was triggered by a NEPA review, and which identified the Biltmore estate as, I guess, a potentially impacted property. It
did. So the reports, I guess, in evidence. But one of the things that we did agree to was not to put the big white cell panel antennas on it, so your self-service doesn't get better, but there's less visual impact. We also agreed as part of the SHPO was to limit it to the 4, I guess in perpetuity, the 4 antennas that you see on it now, the 2 microwave shots and the 2 LMR antennas.
Is the balloon height test a sort of standard test for visual impact analysis under environmental review?
Yes, it's a standard. It's a NEPA standard, SHPO standard. We've run them. We're building like a 490-foot tower. So, and you can imagine a red balloon 490 feet in the air. That's out in the country, right, where we need a really tall tower.
Is there a view shed analysis done in GIS or anything like that from the perspective of tower
I
height?
can't speak to that.
I'm just wondering how you determine which parcels to then view the balloon from.
Oh, okay. So that's triggered by the SHPO, the state historical. They identify historically impacted sites or potentially impacted sites.
Okay.
So there was I can't remember the exact number. There was 4 that were identified. The Biltmore requested to add more, so we did. And that's where all those photographs are generated from in the report, is because we wanted to comply with what their wishes were.
Those red balloon, are those photos available to us?
Yeah, I
Were
was
they
wondering
included
what
in there?
exhibit.
seems like we don't have the full NEPA report in evidence, but we could get that. I think we have the SHPO letter before the. That's correct. But did they submit it to us and we just didn't?
I don't think they submitted the full report.
We can provide those.
We can provide that.
Yes.
I think it was, the reason I was asking, it's helpful context that it was triggered by State Historic Preservation Office. When I was seeing visual impact analysis and the appraisal evidence, the visual impact for the surrounding properties is different than visual impact from historically sensitive properties as identified by State Historic Preservation Office.
Right.
So, that's why I was wondering, is floating a balloon 190 feet up really the best means to determine visual impact in the immediate surrounding? But since it was triggered under the NEPA, I understand why that was done.
At other locations, those balloons do trigger like comment, like people come by and ask what's going on. They're only flown for 4 or 5 hours.
Could you pull up the antenna diagram again?
This one?
The elevation,
yeah.
probably, yeah.
All right, so the fifth leader from the bottom, that's your 120-foot mark, is that correct?
Do you mean that?
Next one down, that's the 120-foot mark?
Yes.
And above that is what system?
And that's the LMR, Land Mobile Radio System, very similar to the 911
Okay.
system.
Now, the two devices, antennas below that, those are the direct
Microwave, line of sight microwave paths.
line of sight microwave paths. And so what you're really looking for is the separation between the radio and the line of sight when you're moving above 120 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, what we're looking for the separation, so the top antenna is the receive antenna, and the pole antennas, right, the top two. So the very top antenna is a receive antenna, and the next one down is a transmit antenna. And then the next one down is a microwave point-to-point, and the one below that is a microwave point-to-point to another tower.
Okay, does the point-to-point, does that get interrupted by the radio? Or does the radio get interrupted by the point-to-point? I'm trying to understand, it looks like there's sufficient space to get as much distance below the two direct line of sight items as there are above. It looks equidistant. Oh, actually, it's less. It's 120 feet minus 195. That's whatever. It's 75 feet. So really, you have 120 feet below that and 75 above it. We have a burden here of proof that the technology you're using requires the 195 feet. So I'm trying to understand why those two antennas are required to be above the line of sight devices.
So I'm not an RF engineer, I'm a structural engineer. What those antennas are, they're wide, they go out in all directions. So if they were below that, they would hit buildings, trees. It needs to be a clear kind of open space. They transmit and receive they need to be above tree lines, above buildings, as high on the tower as we can get them.
Hey,
That's the expert.
You're doing a great job.
yeah.
Could you introduce yourself?
My name is Joel Widmer. I work at Burns & McDonnell here on behalf of Duke Energy. Happy to answer any questions you have related to why these technologies are as high as they are.
What's your expertise?
I'm an electrical engineer, been working with tower design stuff for the last 8 years, so very experienced in this stuff and the reasons why we have those at the heights we do.
How long have you been working on this project?
I've been on this project for 6 years now.
Your questions?
Yeah, so I guess, you heard the question.
Yeah.
And I'm too long-winded already, so if you could answer the previous
So
question.
basically, Patrick was on the right route here of the two at the top function differently in the way they broadcast their signal. They are omnidirectional, means they kind of broadcast out everywhere. If we decrease the height on those, because of the topography in this area being mountainous, we get pockets where we lose a lot of signal. So the higher we bring them up, the more coverage we get.
Okay. Now, and I was taking a note and caught something I thought out of the corner of my ear. The lower two devices, they need a direct connection to your facility below. Did I hear that?
There are what we call feed lines that connect to the back of the dishes, run into the building, and that's where the physical radios are located.
Okay. The two top antennas, do they have any specific need to be in this location? We heard you have, how distributed are these antennas? These antennas, you listed two locations with their existing aging infrastructure. Could those antennas not be in those locations in a less urban environment?
I'm actually not aware of what is on those two existing towers, but this particular tower, by putting those antennas, will offer the coverage for that system in this area that may not be covered at this time.
I can kind of answer that, right? So this is a brand-new system. We're just now turning it on. It'll be fully operational by the end of the year. So there's coverage maps. There are LMR systems at the mountaintops. Every hill will cause a shade. So currently it's at high top and it's at flat top. But if you look at that, there's always gaps because it's such a mountainous area. So this location serves as a coverage in this area that help to fill in all of those gaps. Now, I don't have with me, I've seen all these coverage studies, but I don't have one, I haven't looked at this one in particular, but that's why this location is important. It's coverage for the missing coverage from the mountaintops.
All right, so I think I'm just picking up on what Jared's trying to get to. And this is what I understood is that the 100-foot microwave, the 200-foot, the 100 and the 120-foot microwave, they're specifically at those heights because of line of sight. Is there a specific justification to go above the 120 feet for the two radio antennas? Right, that's what we're looking for. Because I know the 120, you're looking at line of sight, you need direct line of sight, I get that. But other than we need to get as high as we can, why are they at those two particular heights versus 210 feet?
So we looked at it as a 200-foot tower. Anything above 200 foot has to have a light on it.
Okay.
So we don't want to light this tower. Obviously, that's a bigger.
So was that then your limiting factor?
Yeah. So
let's get as high as we can without having to put a light on it.
We didn't want to light this tower.
And I'll also add, if you went higher than this, monopoles don't function well at over 200 feet. They're just the size of them. So based on our space limitations, the monopole is the best option instead of going with a lattice tower, which would have been a much bigger footprint.
I've got a question on the co-location. As part of your packet, let's see, attachment F, the allowed co-location letter speaks to the State Historic Preservation Office determination, and Duke Energy agreed to disallow commercial co-location of the proposed tower. That kind of plays in also to one of the technical modifications you're seeking around co-location. I thought you said earlier in your presentation there was a potential for third-party add-ons to this tower. Did I misunderstand?
I saw that on the slide. We can't do that because of the SHPO.
Gotcha, okay.
And then for the there's two different kinds of co-location. Like, can we co-locate on somebody's tower, or do we let people co-locate on our towers? So for this instance, this tower, we're not going to let anybody else on. No co-location on this tower. And then for the other tower, the very same tower that's small self-supported that's in the lower parking lot, that's the one that we can't locate on because it's already 100% full, and there's no ground space. It won't reach the point-to-points, and it doesn't do anything for our LMR.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions? Any other items you want to enter in?
On the microwave frequencies, do you know the wavelength of the frequencies?
The 2 dishes will be in the 6 gigahertz range, and the 2 Omnis at the top are in the 800 megahertz range.
Okay.
They will have licenses. We will be licensing those frequencies.
The only other thing I want to mention is that we have met the application requirements that are all listed right there, as well as sending out notices to the surrounding areas. And my last slide was what I think you've been doing for the past little while. But are there any additional questions that we can answer?
Will you actually go back to that previous slide?
Sure.
In the SHPO letter, that's the one that had the red balloon? Okay, and so that's going to be forthcoming?
We have the letter.
You do have the letter, you don't have the pictures of the full report. So we'll,
Okay.
we can definitely get that to you. I think Stephen King has it right now, but red balloons for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Picking that up. I mean, the significant one, I think, that, you know, a claim needs to be made that this is not a visual impact, that it's meeting the need of the public, and that public outweighs the visual impact. Without that full report, I don't know if we can analyze the visual impact. I don't know.
That's not exactly the standard. And
Okay.
you're used to that on legislative. The standards, and I think we've gone through this in the training, but it's the applicant needs to present evidence. We don't know yet if anybody else will challenge that evidence. And it's a scintilla of evidence that comes from the courts, whereas so they tend to prove it's not whether it could be better or we could be asking for something else. And if they're asking for a modification, as they are here, to have it higher than our normal standard, it's as long as they still meet the standard. So having it higher does not change the value, does not, at least we haven't had any evidence that it negatively impacts the character, one of the standards. I'm sorry, I don't have them all out here. So as long as with that modification, it still meets the standards which they have presented, then that's what you're looking at. But
Yeah, but I mean,
we're going to see, to have the others speak, if they are going to speak to challenge that whether the standard's been met or not.
Okay, but I am correct that the burden is on them to prove that there's no visual impairment.
To provide a scintilla of evidence that there is no visual impact from somebody's perspective, and we don't know yet what somebody else's perspective is. Now, I don't know if you are able to email us that study so they can look at, you know, this isn't evidence that we knew that they'd want that detail, and if that is going to be something that they want to see.
So the SHPO.
Can you please introduce yourself with the microphone?
My name is Julie Ratcliffe. I am part of the permitting team for Burns McDonnell. So the balloon test obviously was not part of this application requirement. So our team did not complete that. It's part of the NEPA requirement as it's been explained. That NEPA application is still ongoing. So we do not have the NEPA report, and it's going to be some time until that's complete. I think in my inbox I may have the complete photos that I can email to you now if you'd like to see the photos. But that NEPA report still needs time to be completed. It's a separate process from this one, if that helps clear.
Yeah, I think it was just photos were referred to by presenters, and we weren't able to see
Sure.
those photos.
Yeah. They might be in my inbox. I can put them up. Yep.
I think from my read, the attachment K, the real estate assessment, was sort of twofold. One was to address that the proposal will not cause, you know, economic harm to surrounding property owners, but then the visual impact was referenced to speak to special use standard 2, that the proposal is reasonably compatible with the surrounding and the media impact. That's my understanding, and so that's, I think, why we're asking questions, is really whether they're meeting the standard of whether it's reasonably compatible with the immediate vicinity, because that real estate assessment kind of spoke to both without providing the photos. That's from my perspective.
There is also a standard under the specific telecommunication tower for, under subsection B, so on the staff report section there, that talks about that there is the burden of demonstrating by substantial evidence and a written record that a bona fide need exists for the proposed telecommunication tower, and that no reasonable combination of locations, techniques, or technology will obviate the need for or mitigate the height or visual impact of the proposed telecommunication tower. So I think that's my interpretation, I guess, is the combination of the need, the height, the location are all reasonable in regards to the purpose of the tower.
Your state staff says that has been met, that standard has been met. They're not asking for a modification to that standard.
The applicant
That's the general
submitted.
standard.
Yeah, the applicant submitted that information and then seems to suggest that, yes.
So we can try to get the visual balloon test if you know, from computer, we can try to link up computers if you feel that that's necessary. But again, you might want to continue to see, really, you want to see, does somebody have contrary evidence to present saying they don't meet the standard? And then there will be that opportunity for the applicant to question if there is that.
Thank you.
And any other questions for the applicant at this time?
Just one clarification, the project manager expert witness said there was not going to be any other arrays put on there, but is that correct? Because you're not, like, in your slides, you said there was 2 other third-party attachments, but he was saying
Yeah,
there's
that's
not going to be that.
Incorrect. My
Okay,
apologies
cool.
for
I'm
that.
just clarifying. Thank you.
Anything else?
Just, Janice, so just for clarification, so for the special use permit, the bare bones special use permit, scintilla of evidence, yes. But for the modifications, I'm just making sure.
Same thing. You think about, okay, as presented with the modifications, does it meet those standards? And their presentation was to say that even with
Yeah.
the request for the modification of how the buffer was done, it still meets those 7 standards. Even with the increased height, it still meets those 7 standards, and that's how they presented it, and that's how you should be considering it, unless you get compelling evidence to the contrary. And we are going to try to still get the red balloon pictures. Just Will's going to try to work with
Julie.
when you're supposed to. Yes.
Anything else, or shall we open public comment? All right, we'll now open for public comment. And just as a reminder, state your name as you come to the microphone, reaffirm that you have been sworn in, and we'll be accepting witness testimony. It's up to the applicant to determine whether the witness has standing, but we'll be hearing any witness testimony that wishes to testify, following the public comment guidelines for a maximum of 3 minutes, representing an individual.
Really, you don't have
Oh, I
to
don't?
follow
Okay.
the timeline. They get to state whatever evidence. I mean, if it's repetitive, you can
Great,
let
okay.
somebody know. But
Thank you, Ms. Ashley.
we'll mark the time when you open it.
We'll open for public comment at 6:12 PM. Would anybody like to come speak as a witness on this item? Seeing none, we'll close for public comment at 6:12 PM. Any further deliberation from commissioners? Hearing no further deliberation, in the staff report, we have 2 suggested motions. We have an approval and a denial motion. They are somewhat different than the motions we're used to. Would anybody like to make a motion on this item?
I would move to approve. So based on the competent material and substantial evidence presented at the hearing, I move to approve the special use permit for the Duke Energy WRO Communications Tower at 555 Brevard Road because the proposal meets the 7 special use standards outlined in Section 716-2C of the City of Asheville Unified Development Ordinance.
I'll second. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Is that everybody?
It was unanimous, yeah.
I didn't hear.
Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we will be moving to item number 7 on the agenda, a request to amend the conditional zoning for property located at 179 and 144 Riverside Drive for the purposes of amending the site plan and number of proposed residential units. The properties are identified with their PIN numbers on our agenda, and the property owner is 159 Rad River LLC. The applicant contact is Mr. Chris Denome. Planner coordinating review is Clay Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. This is, as you said, an amendment to an existing conditional zoning that was issued in 2021. The location is here in the red areas. It's 2 parcels. The eastern parcel is 179 Riverside Drive, and the western parcel is 144 Riverside Drive. In the original conditional zoning, and these zones will remain the same, the 179 parcel was changed to commercial expansion conditional zone, and the 144 remained river open space conditional zone. So it was a part of the project, but it was not changed to commercial expansion. It's a different type of sub-district within the River Arts Form Code, which you see on the right map. The blue is actually the River Arts River District. The green is the River Arts Open Space section. Those are the 2 parcels there. So this is one of the site plans superimposed over the site. There will be a building there in the I'm just going to use the word RAD from now on so that I don't have to keep saying it. In the RAD open space area, that land is designated in the amended plan as parking. The building, in the entirety of the construction of the building, will be on the eastern side of Riverside Drive. This is the surrounding zoning. Across the railroad tracks is RAD NT, the neighborhood. That area circulated in yellow hasn't even populated on our GIS. We just rezoned that to RM8 last month, but the rest of that orange area is RM8 as well. The river is actually zoned RAD open space. That's what you see, that kind of bent line along the western edge of the property. So the river is actually there. I did this for TRC. I thought I would also describe it for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Conditional zones get a little complicated when a form code is involved. So originally we have the base requirements for the property, which are present in the River Arts Form Code. Then by conditional zoning, it went to commercial expansion, but the commercial expansion refers back to the River Arts Form Code, which then leaves us with our ultimate requirements that we have to have technical modifications if the development can't meet that. So kind of goes from Form Code, commercial expansion, back to the Form Code, but now we have to grant technical modifications when there's a distinction. So there are some development operational standards that are in commercial expansion, but they don't apply where the Form Code is present. That's essentially what I'm getting to there. So from the original approval, this is kind of a spreadsheet of the changes and textual changes that were related to some of the features that weren't captured in the ordinance. So the original construction was going to be 70.5 feet. The amendment is pushing it to 78 feet, and that's to the roof. There's a parapet that's allowed to be an additional 6 feet, and you see that reflected in the next couple of lines. So the parapet height in the original design was 76.5. It's now going to be 84.8 feet. The stories, and this includes the podium parking, was 6. It's increasing an additional story to 7. The required number of stories is 5. The building length is also expanding from 320 feet to 360 feet. The maximum length is 200 feet, with some exceptions related to breaks that I'll talk about later. Number of entrances stays the same at 2. Based on the underlying form code, there should be 3 for every 100 feet, so that will be a technical modification. One of the changes in the use is the elimination of commercial space, which was originally shown as 14,000 feet, and an increase in the number of residential units from 160 to 240. The parking spaces have likewise also increased. On the western side at 179, there's a total of 180 spaces. On 144, there's now showing 63 spaces for a total of 243 parking spaces across the 2 parcels. Total gross square footage has increased from 140 to 215,000 square feet. The design changes are also present. You can see here the changes with the additional story. I believe in the original plan that first floor was part of the commercial space. That's been eliminated on the new design. That first floor area, I believe, is amenity space with an outdoor courtyard, things like a fitness room and possibly the leasing office. That's kind of the main, pardon me, that's kind of the main entrance, and I have better images of that later on. One of the other changes, pardon me, is there used to be a mill building that it looked like a power building or a furnace building adjacent to the smokestack that's out there. That was originally, there was a lot of work being done in the original application to try and preserve it or at least pay homage to it. Once they found that it was no longer structurally sound, there was a modification in the original conditional zoning to reconstruct the building that you see here to provide, using a veneer of the bricks that were present on the site. The building was in an advanced state of decay. The structural integrity was non-existent, and then I believe when the owners went out there to try and deal with that decay, they found out that the bricks had also likewise decayed and they were not usable. So that entire building element has been removed, and you can see the building moves closer to the smokestack, and that accounts for that increased length in the building facade. Okay, so this application led to a bit of a challenge. Between the design review committee and this application to you, we discovered that the text in our published code is actually incorrect. And so the entire 6 months I was reviewing this project, I was using, and this is just a sample, the text on the left, which is what is published in our code, which says that the maximum height is 55 feet, 4 stories. You can go up to 5 stories or 70 feet if you do 20% affordability. And that there's a building step back. You can see that image shows a step back. It's in item C. It talks about a 10-foot step back. The applicant conveyed to me that they had never heard that requirement, and I started digging into it deeper and deeper. And finally, when I watched the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting from back in 2021, I noticed that the planner at the time wasn't talking about a height of 55 feet. She was talking about a different height, and she wasn't mentioning the step back. And that's when I looked at the adopted code, and I found out that the text of the adopted code is actually on the right. So there was a lot of that. I wasn't happy about that, and it created a lot of consternation on my part to try and figure out how to get this to you and work with the applicant to make an understanding about, hey, we reviewed this under the wrong code, we made some changes, and so my staff report is a little longer than usual because it addresses a lot of those issues. And so obviously, a difference between 55 feet and 74 is a substantial difference compared to 70 feet and 74. So that had an effect on the nature and the tenor of my review, and it unfortunately impacted the design review committee because I was giving them information based on the code that was published. And so their decision was based in part upon these errors that we subsequently discovered. This is kind of a good image of the overview of the site plan. It shows a double entry, one way around looping to an exit on the northern boundary of the site. There's a entrance and and I have better images of it, into the underground podium parking, and you see kind of the landscaping and how the configuration and the flow on the site works with the angled parking in the very back and the head-in parking in the middle, and then podium surface parking. The building jog is there because there is a large transmission utility easement and structures that go across the front of this parcel. The rear of the site is burned by the right-of-way from the railroad as well. So this building is tucked in between two very burdensome easements on the property. Some of the details, like I said, this is one large building. There are two entrances, 243 spaces, significant amount of bicycle parking, which is actually required in this district, 84 spaces total. 80% of those spaces are long-term spaces and 20% are short. Long-term spaces are inside the building. The 20% short-term are in various locations outside the building. As a part of the design review and the applicant's work, they brought forward a pretty expansive plaza area underneath the utility easement. You see that, and I have some close-ups of that. That was originally just a sidewalk entrance to a raised stairwell into the entrance of the building. It's now been expanded significantly to create a much more inviting streetscape along the sidewalks on that side. In addition, this plan shows the sidewalks widened along the the eastern side of Riverside Drive, preserving the existing planting strip immediately adjacent to the road. On the west side of Riverside Drive are essentially relatively new sidewalks that are 10-foot wide to the back of curb with tree grates all along the sidewalk. I've raised that because the underlying form code requires 8-foot wide with 6-foot planting strips, and the applicant is requesting a reasonable technical modification to do the widening on the east side and to preserve the existing 10-foot sidewalk on the west side. Immediately to the west of the 144 parcel, which is just the parking lot, is the Wilma Dykeman Greenway along the edge of the river right there. There's also a river access point right here. I believe it's just stairs down to the river at that location. The entire parking lot is shown as pervious. That is going to be something that the Stormwater Department will be in communication with once this goes to the final technical review. It's currently planned as, I believe, just open grass. I'm not sure if there's going to be some kind of support pavement or something like that. The plaza streetscape element, this has changed dramatically through the application process. It's a much more enhanced facility. There's pavement, there's landscaping, there's benches. The existing, this is the latest design. There is an image. I think the applicant has even better images than I have, and they will hopefully describe that. Here you can also see the widening of the sidewalk. So the sidewalk immediately, I get so weird when the plans aren't north up. South of the site, you can see the existing sidewalk is a little bit narrower. When the city went through there and redid these sidewalks, they were, I think, about 5 or 6 feet. This shows the 8-foot width along the frontage of the building. Here's a rendering of that plaza space underneath the utility. And I'll let the applicant talk more about that. Landscaping plans, because it's in the River Arts District, it's exempt from building impact landscaping, and it's also exempt from open space. but all of the vehicle use area, street buffer, and the street trees are shown on the plan. The street trees are shown to be the existing, which staff is comfortable with, provided that the applicant does kind of an assessment of the health of all of the existing trees. And then I believe some trees are actually missing from tree grates on the eastern side or the western side. So we would expect the applicant to go to those tree grates. You can see this one right here. And plant some new trees. But disrupting that for what the River Arts District requires, which is 30-foot on center, seems to be an unnecessary additional expense. There's an additional landscaping element that needs to be added to the plans. It's shown here on the renderings. Allowing for raised entry staircase, you have to meet certain criteria, and that is if you have podium parking, there needs to be a ground level entirety. The entire ground level area needs to be screened with either shrubs or plantings, and that's that long text there. So the rendering has it correct, but the plans don't show it correctly, so the applicant is going to have to do some work and make sure that everything is consistent on all the plans. Tree canopy protection, there's going to be a minor modification. One of the other things that I discovered is the parcel 144 is actually listed as suburban and 179 is urban, so there's going to be a slight increase in tree canopy protection, but there is plenty of space and availability to make that happen. So Commissioner Wheatley asked some questions and provided information to us on the right about the distance of commercial and other uses, because the original plan showed a mixed use. Now it's going to full residential. On the right side, these are the immediately adjacent parcels that show you the distance to the types of uses: restaurants, gym, commercial, mixed retail, some artist space. On the left side, I expanded that realm, that radius a little bit. It's 1,750 feet from the door to the door of New Belgium. Wedge Studios is a 3,000-foot walk, and there's more than too many galleries to list. There's a brewery, eating and drinking establishment, some retail. To get to the Klingman-Roberts traffic circle is another 2,500 feet. Again, artist galleries, eating and drinking establishments, a coffee place, and then River Arts Place Studios, 1,800 feet. So, and another brewery, 2,500 feet. If you expand that out, I think you even grab 2 more breweries when you get out there. But this is how I did that analysis. So using Google Maps, we're able to do pedestrian routing. So this shows you a 2,300 foot sideways, very defined pedestrian facilities to get up to that Klingman-Roberts traffic circle. And same, as you know, New Belgium is immediately on the other side. You could go across that bridge, which has sidewalks. So there's a lot of pedestrian amenities and a lot of access to commercial uses within the vicinity. So our comments, technical modifications, the building height, both in terms of stories and actual gross height, needs to be part of a technical modification. The street-facing facade, building length, without a direct pedestrian connection. So the plans show a enclosed space with glazing that you can see through, but it's not open. And when the design review committee and when you look at the form code, it appears that what the code is asking for is an open pass-through. And we understand the applicant's desire to have that secure and also for preserving HVAC, because this is now entrances to a fully residential facility. Our point here is that a technical modification is still needed, because we will still interpret that provision to require an open pass-through if you're not going to have your building stop at 200 feet. The pedestrian streetscape for the existing planting strip be less than 6 feet. The entrances permitted at more than the required 100-foot maximum spacing, and then the street trees to match the existing trees, again, contingent on review for health and presence. Some clarifications that we need on the plans. A couple of the plans contradict in the traffic flow patterns. The minor update to the tree canopy protection Ultimately, we're asking the applicant, it is encouraged in the form code to select native riparian vegetation as the species, a complete unification of all design and on all sheets to eliminate any of the discrepancies that we found, provide detailed ground screening for the podium parking, work with us to talk about some of the design review comments that were made, and then one last thing is a resident access to the greenway. There currently, it kind of is just blocked off, and people would walk across the grass, and so maybe a small pathway or something for residents of this. This is going to be a significant increase in the number of people down there, and having a pathway directly to the Wilma Dykeman Greenway, we think would be encouraged and good for the residents. This went through TRC in March. They visited the Asheville Buncombe Riverfront Commission also in March. 3 visits with the Design Review Committee, informally in February, formally in April and June. I'll provide a little more detail. The Design Review Committee voted 7-0 to not recommend the application being consistent with their guidelines and the principles. And then we're here, and then tentatively we're scheduled for the August hearing of the City Council, and then after that we will have the final detailed TRC review. So the Design Review Committee, most of their concern had to do with the overall building mass. The combination of the height and the interrupted building length presented a concern of kind of a blockage between that building and the river from anything behind it. Their interpretation of the direct pedestrian connection, as supported by this image from the form code, is that it was supposed to be an unobstructed access. And so that's why we believe the technical modification is required. They requested additional details on materials. They were supportive of the enhanced pedestrian streetscape, and they were supportive of the enhancement in the breaks in the building where these staircases were. The applicant and the design team and the Design Review Committee worked a lot at the materials and the specific design at those breaks to try and enhance them as much as possible. It just never got to the final part where the Design Review Committee was ready to make a favorable vote. Defined access pedestrian ways, this relates to my comment about trying to get to the Wilma Dykeman Greenway. The issues that were related to the UDO errors are the step back in the building, that is not required, and that the underlying height is actually 5 stories and 70 feet and not 4 stories and 55 feet. With respect to the comprehensive plan, we believe it's consistent with several goals, encouraging responsible growth with infill development in an area that is targeted for increased growth. It obviously increases access to safe bicycling. This is probably one of the best kind of locations for bicycling along the Riverside Drive, and then you get this separate dedicated bike path further to the south as you approach the bridge and the French Broad Park. And now with the Greenway open on the other side of the French Broad River, you can easily get there by going across the bridge, and you can go all the way down to Carrier Park and beyond to the French Broad Outfitters location on a bike without getting onto a road. It's a great location for that. It increases and diversifies the housing supply by providing an additional 240 multifamily residential units. In future land use, the 179 parcel is designated as traditional corridor, broad range of uses, increase higher residential density. The 144 parcel is designated as parks and open space. It provides access and sustainability improvements. It's not a park, but it is proposed as pervious parking. Based on that, based on our discovery of the UDO errors, materials, considering the policies of the city, we recommend approval of this plan, and I'm here to answer any questions. And the applicant also has some materials to present as well, depending on how you would like to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Wonderful presentation. Always appreciate the thoroughness and diligence that you exercise in tracking down
Thank you.
historical, approvals and even incorporating some proximity to commercial around. Just
I
thank you so much.
I passed that to Commissioner Weagley, who did some work on that as well.
I had a quick question about the sidewalk width, because I want just some clarity, because I feel like I read one thing and I heard a different thing. The sidewalk width in front of the building is 8 feet?
I believe that's what the
Because-
latest plans show.
Because it's.
Originally it was 6.
Okay.
Yeah, the original proposal was to leave all the sidewalks in the existing state. And then the latest plan set we got, there is a plan that shows them being widened.
Okay.
That's one of those conflicts between a couple of the plans that were submitted.
I want to make sure we're.
And I think the
Discussing the
applicant will
same set of plans.
be happy to clarify that when they step up here. But my understanding is that on the 179 side, they're going to be 8 feet in width.
Go ahead.
I also noted that there were just 2 different plan views on different sheets within the plan set.
Correct.
Appreciate you, Clay. I love that you throw some shtick in there at the same time, as being super diligent and thorough. I was wondering, do you know the height of the transmission lines in front of the building there?
I do not.
Okay.
I-
Go ahead.
No, I was just very curious that it was, the transmission lines were in the rendering for the old rendering, but removed for the new rendering?
Yeah. Well, for sales purposes, probably better to exclude them. Okay, just for standing out there and maybe they know. Also had a question about, you said the easement for the railroad tracks, what's the girth of that railroad track that you can't build near?
I think it's 200 feet off the center line of the railroad track.
It's
Okay.
typical as Norfolk Southern?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because, as part of kind of that examination of adjacent commercial spaces, I noticed that the properties get pretty narrow there next to the tracks, and, without speculating too much, it looked like this is kind of the last large buildable lot as you get pinched up against those railroad tracks. So just kind of thinking through that, from a mixed-use perspective, I'm not sure how feasible, some of that land will be for big housing projects on adjacent parcels.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't think I have a very good image, unless this one helps a little.
With the railroad?
Yeah. You're talking as we head south there?
Correct. The
properties
road
get
actually
narrower and
gets
narrower.
closer,
Yep.
probably those buildings that exist, like the Continental Studios, are probably non-conforming in that easement, I would guess.
Yeah.
It's slammed up pretty tight there to the railroad tracks. Maybe same with that second gear, but all I'm saying is that the idea of mixed use in one structure is really cool. Also, housing's super cool, and the idea that I'm not sure how much housing can really be fit on the east side in the non-open space RAD form-based code. Quick question here: what was the minimum parking requirement for this housing project?
I believe the minimum was
Trick question, you already know.
180.
Was it?
Yeah. 0.75.
Is that required by the form-based code?
Yeah, the form-based code
So the
has,
form-based code includes it even though it's inside of the no parking minimum requirement district. If you look at our urban.
oh, you're
urban
talking about
parking-
that half-mile distance from the CBD district?
Well, exactly. So basically, the way it's defined within the rest of the UDO is within 1 mile of CBD, which basically is the river to the west, and then Burrowcatcher Mountain to the east. No off-street residential parking is to be required. Evidently, form-based code superseded that for some reason, so.
Well, and they're exceeding.
Other
requirements too, that within the mile, and they also have to like engage with ART Transit, they have to have on-street parking, I believe. So there's more, it's not just a waiver, the applicant would have to demonstrate that they've meted the other requirements for that waiver.
I think there is on-street parking there.
Either way, they're exceeding the 180.
Yeah, I think it's a good examination that the developer is going to provide the
Yes.
parking it deems necessary.
Yes. What I keep saying.
Exactly. Finally, I'm not an architect. We do have an architect on this board, so maybe they could expand on it, but what are building setbacks for?
Well, I did a lot of research into that. Building step backs appeared in the late 1800s.
Step backs, excuse me, step backs.
Step backs?
Not setbacks, but
Yes.
step backs.
Step backs appeared in the late 1800s as a part of an effort to preserve access to light and views as buildings grew in height.
Well, that was before zoning, so that must not have been.
And it's carried forward for that very
So it's
same
an
purpose.
aesthetic concept.
Yes. It's meant to soften the impact of tall buildings and provide greater access to air and light coming in.
Okay, so in this application, on this specific road in the city of Asheville, where the entire west side of the Riverside Drive is open space, do you think there's a large possibility for canyoning on this road? I think canyoning's the technical term.
There's a large possibility of what?
Canyoning, like other large buildings
Oh, no.
on a narrow street being built adjacent to this property.
Not on the western side, no.
So this might be a good example of when a step back may be less necessary.
Yeah, clearly the drafters of the code meant that because they didn't require one in this area, notwithstanding what our code may say today, if you look it up. But that's one of those issues that became.
Well, it just struck me that the point of contention around step backs through DRC to this board, through your UDO dissection, right, the step back triggered quite a cumbersome effort, it sounds like, between all of, and really in this case, when there's open space across the street, that step back is potentially marginally less meaningful.
I think it's also meant to provide, I mean, I didn't do an analysis of this, but I think it's also meant to kind of provide the kind of visual ambiance when you're on the pedestrian sidewalk as well.
It's imposing.
Yeah, I don't like that public service building right at the top of Cox Avenue. It, Patton, the way it just goes up all those stories and has all that weird detailing on it. I agree.
So, since the step back requirement is not required by the applicable code,
Okay.
maybe we park that unless others.
Yeah, so the other issue was the 55 versus 70, but either way, that's doesn't matter too much because they're still seeking a height variance, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
They could, if the property provided 20% affordability, they could go to 7 stories and 85 feet. But the applicant is proposing 5% affordable
Right.
units.
Right, so we're being asked to sidestep that incentive here.
Correct.
Okay.
So
curious.
my question to Mr. Mitchell on that affordability thing is, I'm trying to remember the original CZ. Was there any commitment to affordable housing on that original CZ?
The same
The
5%.
same 5%, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So we'll get more units.
But now they're asking,
12 now.
yeah, but they're asking for more height now than they were in the original.
Correct.
I've got a question, kind of revisiting parking. In the slide that you had on the amendment changes that kind of compared the original to the amendment, I was a little confused on the parking breakdown that you listed per parcel. On the original, it had 157 on the 179 parcel and 41 on the 144 Riverside. When I look at the plans, the prior approved plans, it looks like that 144 Riverside was planted, it didn't look like there was parking there before.
Right.
Was that?
The plans that I looked at did show a expansion parking area on half of the parcel.
Okay. So maybe that was like an intermediate modification.
Could have been. I would need to re-review
We can
the
ask the
voluminous
applicant.
filings on this application.
We can check with the
The
applicant.
one that's attached in the file was the approved plan.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
There is
That
a
does
zoning
not-
stamped plan.
Yes, and that one does not show parking.
It does not show parking, okay.
So I think that, to me, 41 to 63 doesn't seem huge, but 0 to 63 is significant, and I think we need to consider the impact on that site. There, as you mentioned, it's grass. There are, it's a paver, or it's a stabilizing system, the True Grid that's proposed. I was also wondering, this 144 parcel is in floodway, not floodplain. Did they have any standards around the concrete wheel stops and how those are anchored in a floodway?
Yeah, the department that reviews for flood compliance indicated during the technical review that they will be taking a hard look at this at the final TRC when designs are more specific. At the conceptual TRC, there was not enough information for them to provide guidance to the applicant.
Okay. I'd be a little concerned of creating debris, we're adding concrete logs that could
Yeah, the floodplain administrator will, I'm sure, will
address that.
take a hard look at it.
Yeah. Great. Any other questions for staff before we invite the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zoom this in a little bit for you. You can touch the screen.
Good afternoon. My name is Jesse Soares. I'm an attorney with Allen, Stahl & Kilbourne, here working on this project. I have the whole team back here. We have Kyle and Elizabeth from Withers Ravenel, who can talk about civil engineering and stormwater. We have Peter from MHA Works, who can talk about architecture, and we have Chris Denome, who is representing the developer. I also thank Clay for his work, very thorough. Just want to hit a couple of kind of high points. The first one is the brick from the mill building. Actually, there is some that was preserved, and that the developer has kept that brick. So the issue was an asbestos coating was discovered on it, and it couldn't be separated from the brick without destroying the brick that had the coating. So not all of the brick was able to be used. And that's literally what sent the team back to the drawing board, because there wasn't enough brick to rebuild that building once the asbestos was cleaned up. But it is still, the brick that was salvageable is still available. On the affordability and the height issue, I appreciate it was pointed out that, sticking with the 5% commitment, there will be more affordable units. Also, the location of this development is another boon to affordability because of it's just centrally located. It makes families who want to be a one-car, no-car household, it makes that more attainable, which is a huge boon to not, doesn't give them a discount on the rent, but overall affordability. We didn't hear too much about the loss of the commercial on the bottom floor, but one thing to keep in mind here is this is adding residential right in the middle of basically a bunch of other commercial uses. So while the building itself is not mixed use, the immediate neighborhood is mixed use, and this development actually contributes to that by adding the housing that wasn't there before. And let's see. Oh, I did also want to point out on the mixed-use aspect and talking about the parking across the street, that parking is not locked up as parking forever. The minimum amount is met on the building side, and that the parking by the river is not necessary to meet any minimums. It's not, these are not condos where parking spaces will be sold to individual unit owners. And the point being that that land will be, available for future development according to market needs at the time someone comes along and wants to develop it, whether it's this group or someone else, which I also think is a good point for this project. And with that, I'll open it up for questions to me or questions to any of the team we have here who know a lot more about the nitty-gritty facts than I do. So.
Thank you. Okay. So will the parking be open to the public, or is it to residents only? I know the individual spaces won't be sold, but...
My understanding is it's for the residents only, but if...
I'm just curious if there's a mechanism in play, like, this is a towing area, will there be signage, like, what's to stop public from using it? Because I'm sure that's it's going to be under high demand for people wanting to use the greenway.
Hi, Chris Deneau, representing the owner. It's just going to be signage at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
To clarify, signage threatening towing.
Yeah. Is it going to be signage threatening towing?
It would say private parking. We haven't gotten into any of the details regarding what the verbiage would be.
Just wondering if, how risky it would be for me to park there is all I'm saying.
I think one of the thoughts was there's going to be there's a lot of public parking down there already.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Matt, I've been staying on the theme of parking. I appreciate you acknowledging that the minimum standard, if even a minimum standard applies, is met just on the 179 parcel. I'd be hopeful that the parking across the street isn't necessary, that the location is so well located that the developer would be willing to part with that. There was that parcel feels contiguous with the park system. I understand it's private property, but the RAD open space standards are fairly restrictive. They do allow for a parking lot, so that is something we have to consider. To your point that it could be future development, it's pretty, when open space was passed, it really is heavily restricted what could be built there. There's a max impervious surface of 12%. It's in a floodway. Yeah. So it's not really a buildable site. And I think it's reasonable to kind of think creatively about how that parcel could become more a public amenity than just surplus car storage. Additional kind of comment on that is, if we accept that it's parking, it's not really served by a crosswalk. The crosswalk is kind of north or east of that lot.
North and south.
You're right, yeah, north and south. So doesn't really, there's going to be a lot of jaywalking to get across the street back to the 179. And that creates a safety issue.
It really does provide an opportunity for the human condition to come into play. And so, I guess one question would be, and I could be way out in left field here, but, why is this lot being discussed during the conditional zoning when it is an opportunity, the parking lot at any point in time, regardless of the conditional zoning, can be a parking lot as it is allowed by the use table anyway. I don't know if is there a benefit for you guys to package that now?
That's a good question. I'll have to defer to Chris if he has an answer.
It's a very good question, and I would have to get back to you on that.
Well,
I don't have the answer.
Well, it is included, so.
It is included. I did want to speak real quick, though, to the crosswalk. There are two existing crosswalks, one that's directly by our southern entrance, and then the next crosswalk is actually up at the corner. And traffic engineering has said that they don't want any more crosswalks because that would actually inhibit traffic flow in the area with us being so close to the light. So there are two crosswalks, both north and south, because we want to encourage residents. That's one of the draws is the river, so we want to encourage that connectivity east and west side.
Was there any discussion had around signalizing one of those crosswalks?
The one on the north is signalized.
Oh, okay, cool. That's great.
Well, I guess this is probably a question for the design team, whether it's Ravenel maybe, I don't know. Has the new proposed plaza area in front of the building underneath the high transmission line easement, has that been floated by Duke Energy? And has that been approved?
Is that an architect question or a?
It's a civil question, I think.
Kyle Freehart with Withers Ravenel. I don't believe it has been communicated yet with Duke Energy at this time, but I presume that the setback was established with the intention that it would be compliant.
The setback, sure, but the plaza itself, you know, when they come in there to work on their lines, they require certain unobstructed access, 60 feet around their poles, et cetera. And so I just wanted to know if it was floated by, because it may be what we're looking at is not
Yeah, we have an
viable.
easement on the plan, so I think the last submittal also kind of addressed that in 2021. So they're aware of that, but we'll continue to communicate that.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time seeing where the poles are though, because there should be, even though there's an easement, there should be a 60-foot radius around their poles.
We can look into that for the next city council set, but I believe that this has already been kind of communicated on the behalf of the last submittal to Duke Energy, so I think they're aware of the project in general.
Okay, and generally supportive of the concrete, and, because right now you're showing like seat walls and all kinds of different things on there.
Understood.
Okay. Because it's really cool. I mean, I like the, I don't want it to get beat up. Because one of my, before this version, one of my concerns is that interface, right? You're proposing a very tall building right on the edge. In the notes, in the staff report, it said 6-foot sidewalks, and so I'm feeling, from a design perspective, it's a lot of imposition on that pedestrian feel. And these changes that I'm seeing, the step back of the building on that, I guess, north edge, this plaza condition, the 8-foot wide sidewalks, all those are moves in the right direction. So I appreciate that, and I just would hate to be like, yes, this is where we're going, and then Duke says, yeah, we can't have a seat wall there.
So I was on this board for the original CZ back in 2021, and I remember at that time, and we currently still do, are pushing affordable housing in certain measures and commitments there. Part of the, if I remember correctly, part of us getting to that 5% was, there was financial burdens of rehabbing that old structure, reusing, and there was height limitations. And so it seems as though now some of those financial things aren't in our way of this project. We're getting taller, we're getting longer, so it seems as though, I don't know your books at all, but it would seem as though the financial apparatus of this project is getting better. I mean, if we're gonna go over our height limitations, I would really like to see that 5% go up higher to a 10% or something commitment. I would love for it to be 20, but obviously that's not what you're going for if we haven't changed that commitment yet, but would you be willing to go to 10 or something higher?
So I think one of the issues with the financial aspect of it is much of the financial burden of rehabbing the mill building happened without us getting to use the mill building. So that's one of the aspects that we're facing. And as far as increasing the affordable housing, I believe, my boss, Derek Allen, is having conversations with city council members on an ongoing basis about this, back and forth with the development team. So, I don't think we can make further commitments tonight, but obviously, tonight's not the last time we talk about this.
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like that's the play often, right? I want to add on to that though, because I think it's a worthy point to make, because however this shakes out today, it is signaling, right? It's signaling to other development and how people see our use of the code. And we have an incentive in place, right? And so this is effectively trying to sidestep that incentive. And if we approve a sidestep of the incentive, then what's the incentive of going with the incentive?
So I'd like to jump in because we are talking about some technical requirements as well as affordability. And, you know, for instance, the mill building. The mill building was awesome, super into it, loved that building. I just call it the CWC building because that was the biggest billboard we had down on the River Arts District for a minute. So I was wondering, when I was reviewing this project, what the downtown design review overlay district was developed for. And so kind of what I did is I dug back through, and it says its purpose is that it will review and seek to encourage renovation and new development in a manner that will promote visual harmony. So it exists as some harmony mechanism. That's what their charter states in our UDO under 793. So then I looked at their notes reviewing this project, and the very first comment is from DRC, is that the applicant is requesting additional heightened stories without providing code-based affordable housing level. This was kind of interesting to me, so I kept digging further, couldn't help myself. So I got to state law 2021-180, which is relevant to 160D 703, which is zoning districts. This is a conditional rezoning, so this is a conditional district, which is held in paragraph B, and then paragraph B1, subparagraph, references the limitations of conditional zoning districts. Now, the limitation states for parcels where multifamily structures are an allowable use. This is an allowable use. A local government, that's us, may not impose a harmony requirement. Now, DRC, Design Review Committee, is a requirement. It's required that you guys went there, right? So, the local government may not impose a harmony requirement for permit approval if the development contains affordable units for families or individuals with incomes below 80% AMI. So that doesn't specify 20%, 5%, 100%. That says units, which would have me questioning who else might know about this. So I went another step further down the Google machine, and I found the North Carolina School of Government Planning and Zoning Law Bulletin number 31, dated March 2022. They reviewed state law from 2021-180, and their interpretation includes, depending on local ordinances and certain standards for approval, this provision may apply to site plan review, conditional zonings, or both. Site plan review is typically administrative, but some jurisdictions have standards for the site plan review process that involve judgment and discretion. For those jurisdictions, the new statutory provision will prohibit a harmony requirement, which DRC was created to, in fact, see out. So the required affordable units are included. the language from the state law seems to only imply units could be as many as 2. So, based on my review of the harmony requirement of 160D 703, it appears that DRC itself is a requirement above and beyond state law. Now that comes with a burden. DRC could add 60 to 120 days of review time. It adds additional cost. My guess is Mr. Alvarez over there has had many negotiations with DRC, and that comes with a cost. That cost is what's called a soft cost. It's rolled up into the development, and the rate of return on investment is borne by the tenants of the building. So while we may not see the mill building, which I would like to see, while we may desire some kind of difference in the entrances, those appear to fall under the direction of our design review overlay, which itself states is for visual harmony.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheatley, for that robust journey into, applicable standards and law. I actually think it's a really important point that you raise and something that we need to investigate. But I think the only thing that I would add to that is that perhaps and I would maybe ask Ms. Ashley to weigh in and our planning staff, perhaps the fact that the design review is a mandatory review, voluntary compliance is the mechanism that complies with state statute. However, you raise really important issues that the process of going through a robust review could be a deterrent to a developer's ability to commit to deeper affordability because of the lengthy review time and the soft costs incurred. So I think it's a really valid point, but I'd love to hear some input from legal and staff on the understanding that staff has around harmony requirement, design review.
I think, Chair, what you said, which is that we don't require that you meet the design guidelines. It's mandatory review. Voluntary compliance is exactly why it is legal under the state statutes, so thank you.
And it's still permissible in a conditional zoning to talk about design or impact, because you're still generally trying to see if it meets compatibility with the area. So you're not precluded from talking about design or asking about design. And yes, it's absolutely, because it's not mandatory. If it was, it wouldn't even be able to get here to planning and zoning because you'd say it didn't pass design review committee. So, but you can take into the consideration what the design review committee said or not.
Yeah, I really do appreciate that because, words are pretty interesting. They don't mean the same to every person. Sometimes they're really clearly defined. Sometimes they're not clearly defined. To me, I guess what's really interesting to understand is that the state law, however it's applied, was clearly set forth to reduce the barriers to delivering affordable housing. And the applicant brought up a great point, which I really appreciate, which is that affordability calculations are holistic. So they're not just about the cost of the individual unit, they're also about the access to transit, the access to active transportation, the access to education and healthcare, and public amenities, which our downtown core, I like to think, is full of. And so this overlay district happens to be attached to some of those areas that would allow the greatest level of reduced car dependency. And I think that's an important thing to keep in the back of our heads as we aim and as we guide developers, like I think somebody said signal. I think I heard somebody say that we're signaling other developers as they come here what we're going to need from them. And what I would like most as an individual on this board is to see development in our downtown core in, close to transit, in places next to Greenway. So I think this developer and this applicant, in my opinion, is signaling that. They're taking on a site in a floodway, in reutilizing a Brownsfield site, I believe, as well. So,
Why don't I suggest this? I think these are really good questions, bigger than this particular applicant. So why don't we park that? And, we've looked at a lot of UDO update concepts, and procedural revisions are something that have been on the table, and that through this thresholds amendment we've looked at as a board. So maybe in working with DRC, that's another thing that we should be investigating, is just the procedural perceived barriers, and kind of look at it further with staff. So,
thank you.
any other questions, comments for the applicant?
Just do you have any other comments on why the retail space was removed?
I can, I'm sure Chris has a more detailed explanation than I'm able to give, but my understanding is it was a response to the market. The commercial is expected to struggle in this location, and housing is needed, and housing was economically beneficial for the project. And so all of the arrows pointed to housing.
Sure, thank you.
I'm curious. Don't get me wrong. We need as much housing as possible, right? I don't mind as much the commercial. We're increasing the height. We're increasing by 106 units from the previous plan, right? So that is what, an 80% increase or something like that, 70% increase. But for that increase, it doesn't seem like there's anything given on the other end, right? We are going above, we're asking for a modification to the height, and we're getting rid of previous agreed upon modifications or accepted terms like the green infrastructure. Green infrastructure was completely struck from this project. And so I just want to understand a little bit of background as to why the green infrastructure was completely stricken from the project.
Again, I can defer to Chris. My understanding is the across the street parking area now would be planned to be the pervious turf pavers. So before there was the green roof on the mill building, which was a green infrastructure element. Essentially, that's gone because the mill building is gone. But I believe the plans for the across the street parking would be the pervious pavers.
Sure, but it was just green space before, right? So that's not an improvement. For a green roof, for example, it's gone, you said, because the mill building's gone. What's the connection there? I need a line drawn from A to B on that one.
Well, that's where it was. I can defer to the rest of
it
the
was
team.
on top of that building?
Yes.
Okay. That's why. Thank you.
But, to follow up with Jason here, I would say that there's a lack of connectivity. I mean, this parking lot has plantings all in front of it, so it tries to funnel people to walk, I guess, onto the apron, the drive entrance of the parking. I mean, that or they're just going to hurdle the bushes or kick the heck out of the bushes. So that east planting strip of the parking there is really combative, I guess you could say, for anyone on foot. And then of course, somebody's going to want to walk out of that, I suspect, walk out of that park and go straight to the greenway. And I think some interconnectedness on the west side of the property where you are converting into, look, you're getting a private good, which is cool, and it is allowed there. I think it would be a better benefit to our community to have, I'm not sure, I might be on the wrong sheet, but it doesn't look like there are bike racks necessarily on the parking on the west side of Riverside Drive. So some kind of nod, right, to active transportation, some kind of, because the cool thing, right, about this location, is that there's a tremendous amount of small businesses, small artists already there. Adding housing into this area is adding local dollars that can be walked over and spent. There's a really cool food truck right there in the parking lot that stays at the Cotton Mill Studios. And so I guess, encouraging that kind of ride, stop, engage in the businesses, engage in the, I don't know if it's a bird sanctuary or what. I mean, it's a greenway, so there's a lot of this already around. But if I bring my car there, maybe there would be another option to have some kind of active transportation amenity there. Any other commissioners got a thought on what that might look like? I'm not the dude for this, maybe.
And I can invite Kyle up to address that, or just to take the
Yeah, I
vote.
think connectivity to the greenway and to the sidewalks on the east side of the parking lot makes a lot of sense and is probably best for everyone.
I'll just throw in there that definitely we'll consider it. I think some of the challenges on the other side of the lot is given what we need to go through with TRC for the stormwater component. So we discussed the concrete component of the wheel stops that may be a deterrent by putting any infrastructure on the other side of the street. But definitely want to consider it if they're willing to be compliant with that. So that's part of that component.
You could put a,
I mean, connecting the two projects, the east side and the west side, seems like low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
Benches at your parking spot, this is not necessarily rocket science to build communities, but it does take a little bit of effort, and I think small nods like that to the community are important. Obviously, as a city, through the Rad Tip project, we invested tremendously on swinging benches down there, essentially public art. I think the Wilma Dykeman project calls for some of that kind of integration of our investment into the private realm as well. And so I think it might be responsible to include that in some of these conditions.
I'll piggyback on that and just, to revisit the number of parking spaces. You have 63 shown on 144, with a reduction of 23 of those spaces, the northernmost end of that parking, you could give back a pretty substantial amount of space to green space, public seating, what have you, and that might go, and it would also make, would basically not max out the portion of that lot that could, be used as parking. So is that total number of parking spaces, 243, negotiable in any way,
I think that's the part of the desired for the best outcome from a development is a car per unit. So there's 240 units, so 243 spaces gives a higher degree of effectiveness. I know that the current standard is 0.75, but providing one for each unit makes it a lot more lucrative for tenants and residents to kind of be a part of that facility. So that's the intent.
I understand that. I think that's, a rule of thumb and a market standpoint, but kind of doesn't take into the account the specifics of a particular site. So I'd really request that the developer take a look at this particular site, the suitability and the absolute need for every single one of those parking spaces, because it is reducing the amount of potential give back in exchange for, quite a bit of height and mass expansion in this revision.
Understood.
Yeah, we will certainly discuss that. I only know the tip of the iceberg on the regulations that, come into play down there, so I think probably requires a lot of homework even to discuss small changes at this point, so.
well, this is our only chance to make comments, so.
Right, yes, and I appreciate that, and I guess what I meant was, we can't change it on the fly here at this meeting, but it is something that we can look at going forward to City Council.
So walk me through, and maybe the architect is a good one for this, but I'm trying to better understand why this connectivity from the east side parking lot along the railroad tracks is not a good fit for this project to connect through to the sidewalks on the front and provide more open pedestrian access through the building.
I think Peter could address that.
I think he can. He's got it.
Sure.
I'm Peter Albrys. I'm the architect of record for the project. I'm director with MHA Works here in Asheville. The issue with the walk-through connection to the parking lot is one of security in the building. We didn't want to have a situation where a person could walk through the building gap and into the parking lot in an unsecure manner. This way, people walking up into the building, the only people who can get in are the residents of the building, either from the back side in the secured parking or from the street. So the intention, we understand the intention of breaking up the mass linearly along Riverside Drive, and we made I think, a good faith effort at breaking that up by creating the gap, but having the full height glass at each floor be the way that you can visually see through the building without actually being able to walk through it. The other point I think to consider is the whole idea in the form-based code of having the gap is to be able to walk from one public space to another public space, and that does not occur here. It's a private parking lot, so there'd be no gain for the public to be able to, because no one would want the public to have access into a private parking lot. So we're trying to meet the visual intent of the form-based code on one hand, but realizing that we need to keep the building secure for the residents.
And just to add to that, in this case, with the railroad there, when we're talking about pedestrian connectivity, there's nothing to connect to for the general public. You go through the building and you end up on the railroad track and then having to climb a cliff to get up to Robert Street. I don't think it's a very popular route now for that reason. And so I think the trade-off was, security, can we provide more security? And, the public benefit of the actual pedestrian walk-through was minimal because of the railroad.
Yeah. Well, the railroad is darn near a public open-air gallery back there with what they're putting on the trains, so, a couple of benches back there might be helpful.
I heard there's some brick, maybe the bricks can be made into benches, so.
So, I feel like we should maybe move on to public comment unless there's other topics that we wish
I just
to
want to know, I
raise.
think this is for staff, because I know you'll be, Mr. Bitchell, you said you were going to be addressing several different incongruencies, and I just wanted to add this to your list. I noticed on the TCP, on the tree preservation sheet, there's a mismatch between what's, as I see it, what is in the table versus what I'm seeing on the plan versus what's in the planting schedule.
I can confirm that the TCP plan needs some work.
Okay.
And I intend to review it when we get to the final TRC process.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments?
One other thing. I want to echo, we've been talking about this parking lot on 144 and the ability of people I'm not sure if people, I'm concerned as well about people just walking across the grass and then landscaping, and so I've also brought that up, but it always seems to get to the conversation about crosswalks. It's not about the crosswalks. It's about getting from the parking lot to the sidewalk. That's it. Yeah. And then also to get from that parking lot to the greenway. There's an obvious connection point there. And I've raised that a couple of times, and I appreciate Planning and Zoning Commission raising that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. So let's open public comment for this item. We'll open public comment at 7:27. We have 3 people signed up. I'm not sure if they're signed up for this or another, but I'll call your name to approach the mic. Tim Watkins. And if you didn't sign up, you can still do public comment after, but we'll go on.
I didn't actually sign up to speak on this, but, as watching it, I decided to say something about it. When I first saw this project come through a few years ago, I was like, wow, what a great development. It's placemaking, it's creating space for everyone in the community. It's going to add housing to the River Arts District. It just seemed like a perfect project with green infrastructure and everything. And now that, the green infrastructure is taken away, the commercial space has been taken away, it really just doesn't feel like a project for everyone anymore. But I'm generally pro-housing, so, we need more housing. So I don't really care about that as much, but just a bummer to see it go from something that seemed like the perfect addition to the River Arts District to just a perfect addition for our housing stock. But what I wanted to mention was the one crosswalk at the south entrance. That is a mid-block crosswalk. And mid-block crosswalks are pretty dangerous because there is no signal to slow down cars. And that road is 25 miles an hour, but if you had a radar gun, you would see people going 35, 40. I don't know if there's an opportunity to work with the city on this street, but it's a city street, not a DOT street, so we have a little bit more ability to edit or to make changes there. I'd love to see a raised crosswalk there. There's going to be so many people using that to get over to the Greenway, to walk their dogs, to ride their bike, to do anything. So I'd love to see a raised crosswalk, or at minimum, the flashing beacons. Those don't do anything to calm traffic, but they might make you more visible. I think just relying on that mid-block crosswalk for the majority of the pedestrian traffic is it's kind of dangerous as it is. So don't know what opportunities there are there, but I encourage the developer to talk to the city about it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Scott Adams, not on this item, okay. And then we have Sharon Summerall, not, okay. Anyone else like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment at 7:29. Yeah, it feels like we've, wrestled with some of the changes. Really appreciate staff kind of walking us through and the developer applicant team sharing the perspective on how the changes have happened. Doesn't feel like any of our recommendations have resulted in conditions yet, and I think what I've been hearing is perhaps between here and council. So I guess what I'd like to take the temperature on this body on is that an acceptable approach, or would we like to see what council's going to see?
Well, I appreciate the public comment, and I appreciate the time wrestling through, because I was a big fan of the mill building. That was a great public nod to, the character of of what existed. What existed before was essentially, honestly, some level of industrial blight. But I do think that building was well designed. It was cool. It also had a little bit more of an opportunity to engage with the community. Having no mixed use capacity in there doesn't feel great. It is, not too far proximity to other local businesses, but I think, the public, the tenants of the building would also probably like to engage some kind of commercial use in there. So, I would entertain a condition for whatever, 2,000 square feet of commercial at the north and the south ends of the building, totaling in 4,000 foot commitment of commercial use.
Is adding back commercial use in any capacity on the table for the applicant team?
We can take a 5-minute recess. My bladder's about full anyway.
Any other comments from commissioners around, does it feel like we're prepared to make a motion on this, or would we want to ask the applicant to consider a continuance? Just any feedback?
I'd really like to see that 5% go to 10% on the affordable housing metric, 80% AMI for 20 years. I'd really like to see that, since we are adding the height, and, the 20% is the workaround for 20% is the, I'll go ahead, but I realize there are financial constraints of rehabbing that building, keeping the existing structure, so I want to work with the applicant, but just hope that can be considered.
But those rehabs financials were factored in before the height increase. Right, the height increase is a new ask.
True.
Right, so I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I think it's setting a precedent, and so I'm in agreement that I would.
I'll hop in there just before. I was struggling with that one too, and I also would appreciate seeing more affordability. In a conversation recently, heard someone reference a study that I have not seen the study yet, but a study pointing to if municipalities can get to enough housing supply, in particular with apartments and rentals in their urban cores, it actually, the market price drops enough to end up having the market rate be at 80% AMI on average. I haven't seen this data, so I can't verify it, but I thought that was pretty interesting, and I am split between the desirability for dedicated affordability versus the confidence I have in the need for supply across the board, and in particular supply that is infill and in a location like this that can be so multimodal friendly, that while I share that interest in and like aspirational, like wish the developer was more eager to commit to affordability, it's not for me a hurdle to supporting it. So for what that's worth.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Could I ask staff, and I'm sorry to be so ignorant, I try not to be, but it happens. Could you walk us through the density incentive that they're not meeting?
The density incentive, it's a height incentive. It's not a density incentive.
Okay, what's the height incentive?
The height incentive is that they would be able to build 7 stories up to 85 feet if 20% of the units were 80% AMI for 15 years for some reason.
So is there any other, outside of the previous conditional rezoning, okay? Some small technical modifications. For a building to get this height in this area, they basically need height being even half the building, right? Less than 50 units, right, as the current threshold. To get to this height, they would have to meet the affordability incentive.
The 20%.
And so through this conditional zoning process, it's offering them an opportunity to offer less than the incentive that's written in the UDO.
Correct.
Okay, I can't stand for that. We have density incentives elsewhere in our commercial districts, and currently they're not being utilized. We would like them to be utilized, and I don't want to set the precedent that you can come through conditional zoning to sidestep the incentives of our UDO. If we need to address the incentives in the UDO, that's a separate process. That's not for the conditional rezoning. I'd be glad to remove the thought of a commercial application. That's not interesting if we're focused more on affordability, but I would support moving to 20% affordable, which is in alignment with the height incentive.
Does that, I guess I'll pose this question back to the applicant. We'll give you a few minutes to deliberate and put on the elevator music.
Yeah, I think allowing time for all of us to reflect is fine.
Why don't we, unless you're prepared to address these concerns right now, we could take a 5-minute recess.
I think 5 minutes would be useful.
Why don't we take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 7:41?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Swords, any further response or feedback to the issues that we were discussing before?
Yes, so some explanation and some potential conditions. The loss of the commercial aspect, one of the factors in that is it was going to have to be on the second floor. It wasn't even at street level, which is, apparently a death sentence for commercial. That's a big obstacle, but I do want to, oh man, I lost it again. Do want to point out that there is reserved space for a food truck on the north side of the project, on the building side, and then there's also potential for that sort of commercial activity on the across the street parking side, because of, there's space there, there's the turf block. On the affordable housing, I think we need to proceed with caution in this forum. As I said, it's an ongoing discussion in other forums, but not only do we need to proceed with caution here, but in this financing environment, affordable housing becomes very difficult to finance. And on that note, the additional height and the additional units are also driven by increased construction costs, increased financing costs, all of that stuff to make the economics of the project work. The information we have is that Riverside is a state road, so we can commit to investigating a signalized crosswalk, but it is going to be up to the state, is our understanding. And then we can commit to working with staff to change the design of the across the street parking to enhance the connectivity from the sidewalk on that side to the greenway. And I thank whoever phrased it a little bit differently for us tonight, because I think we were all sort of understanding that we were thinking between the parking lot and the building, but between the sidewalk and the greenway makes a lot more sense in this context, and it's certainly something that is doable and that we can explore with staff. And I think that's everything I have to say. So the conditions would be exploring the signalized sidewalk with the state, the commitment of the dedicated food truck spot on the north side, building side, and changing the design of the across the street parking to enhance pedestrian connectivity between the sidewalk on that side and the greenway.
I'll just clarify that Riverside Drive appears to be a city-maintained road according to our records, so that would be a conversation we'd have to have with transportation, city staff.
And I think the optimal solution proposed was a raised crossing, like a speed table crossing instead of a signalized crossing.
I guess once we figure out who to talk to, we can.
I was just making that clarification.
Yeah. Okay.
It could be a broader any host of solutions.
Any host of solutions. Yeah, that was just the one that was suggested.
So what I'm hearing is, you're showing the food truck parking space in your plans already, so really two new conditions: explore speed table, signalized crosswalk, or other solution, and enhance pedestrian connectivity between the sidewalk and the greenway on the 144 parcel.
And I did just want to point out the food truck is shown on the beautiful renderings we have. So.
Any other thoughts from commissioners? And I guess just to ask the question explicitly, are you seeking a vote from the commission tonight, or are you open to coming back via continuance to further refine?
So I think the time pressure is high. I think, we went through DRC twice, maybe 3 rounds with a continuance in there somewhere with DRC. I would hope that the conditions we've offered, and the explanation would satisfy the board on some of these things with the understanding, and I know you expressed that you were not super enthusiastic about the response of it's an ongoing conversation with City Council on several things. But I would hope the commission could give a recommendation tonight, vote on a recommendation tonight.
Okay.
I would just say before we move forward that, I felt I was clear. For me, I would have liked to have seen green infrastructure, right, implemented. I think heat island effect is a big thing. Even a portion of the green roof, et cetera, like all that other stuff. But the hard thing I'm grappling with is the sidestepping of the incentives that we have in the UDO for affordable housing and the precedent that this vote would set. And I'm just throwing that out there as an indicator of where I'm kind of sitting right now with this.
And to summarize that concern, the 5% commitment hasn't changed. The original CZ made a 5% affordability commitment. What has changed is seeking increased height that would trigger or would be allowed with a 20% affordability commitment. However, there are other technical modifications that would still have necessitated a CZ, so it would have not fully made this project a by right approval. It just, it is an incentive baked into the RAD form-based. And the applicant is now asking for a technical modification, whereas the previous iteration, the 5% affordability was a sweetener and not required because of the height.
Right, it was a sweetener before, but now because of the height, it is required. It would be a technical modification to not do the 20%.
Is that a fair assessment, staff, of the 5% affordability commitment, or?
I think you're right. So the conditional zoning was required initially due to the size of the project. There were other technical modifications. A major amendment was required because we were changing the project so much anyway. They would still need a technical modification for height, even with the extra height that's allowed with the affordable by that 5 feet. I understand it. So even if they
had 20%, they would be able to go to 85 feet.
85. Thank you, Clay. So that they would not need a technical modification if they did the 20% affordable.
They would even be able to go,
But they have other technical
by
modifications.
right, they would be able to go another story, another 10 feet.
They could.
Yeah.
If they did 20, yeah.
Okay.
They would still have, even if they met all the standards and didn't require any technical modifications in their new design, they'd still have to come for an amendment. Since it's an adopted CZO, they're changing significantly.
And it's, 200,000+ square feet, so it would be a level 3
Correct. Yeah.
anyway.
That's correct.
And the height can be varied, height and density can be varied in the CZ process. Even, when there's an incentive potentially at play. We've seen a couple of examples of that recently. I think partly the suspension of the Luigi policy has, contributed to some kind of different things going on at City Council when it comes to density, height, affordable housing, and that kind of equation.
I understand that. I think what we're hearing commissioners say is there is an affordability mechanism baked into the RAD form-based code. There are other affordable housing density bonuses that aren't utilized in other districts around the city. We're wondering if approval of this project would basically eliminate the height bonus for affordability within RAD form-based, or signal to developers that there is no,
Yeah, we're not trying to incentivize the conditional zoning process right now. That's not our goal. So we would implore you to understand that the underlying zoning before the CZ, right, before the CZ to commercial expansion, which is what it is now, would have required for you to get this building 20% affordability. That would have been the height incentive. To forego that now is not the way the UDO is written. And so that's what you're asking from us, is to forego the incentive that was baked into our own UDO. We have those incentives throughout our city, and it's not my current position on this board to undermine our UDO to seek less affordability.
Well, just one technical clarification. It's the Rad River
Correct.
that has the height bonus for affordability, the commercial expansion.
Yeah, they have approval for a conditional rezoning if they want to rebuild the mill building and build a mixed-use building. That exists.
So to the extent this board is worried about the precedent issue, there was a recent, the Zapolsky project in Biltmore Village did exceed the density without meeting the affordable housing density bonus requirement. And that happened a few weeks ago. So on the narrow worry of setting precedent, I don't think the board needs to worry about that. I would remind the board that it is conditional zoning. It is, you're looking at the project holistically, what it's providing the community, whether it's consistent with the city's goals, the comprehensive plan, the UDO, with the understanding that, certain technical aspects of the UDO can be modified through the CZ. As I said before, the additional units, the additional height have to do with the economic viability of the project, and so we are asking to exceed the standard height without meeting the full bonus on affordable housing, because that is what is needed to get this project done.
I feel like we've talked this one through. Is there any final questions, thoughts, or is anybody willing to make a motion?
Chair, I think I'm in the position that I'd want to make a motion to just keep this moving forward. The developer's done a lot of work, I know, and there's a lot of soft costs sunk into here, and there's a housing crisis. We need houses. I do believe strongly in the affordable housing metric, but I do also believe forward in just moving housing in general forward in this instance. So I'd be prepared to make a motion. Just be known that, I'll continue to push the affordable housing thing unofficially as well to the people on city council who will listen and switch.
Would you like to make a motion?
No, I didn't know. I thought that you had faces like you were going to say something.
Sorry, no, I'm trying, I just wanted to, listen.
Well, I'm going to go for it then. I move to recommend approval for conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 179 and 144 Riverside Drive as adopted in ordinance number 4398, zone commercial expansion conditional zone and River Arts District open space conditional zone, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, one, provides infill development in targeted growth areas, two, increases accesses to safe bicycling, and three, increases the diversity of the housing supply.
Second.
Would you like to add those conditions that were agreed upon by the applicant?
With the added conditions of exploring speed table or signalized crosswalk or other solutions for the connection between the two lots, as well as pedestrian connection between the sidewalk and the greenway.
It's on the plan, yeah. Did I hear a second from Commissioner Wheatley?
Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I didn't say anything. I was pondering whether or not to do, state statement vote of nay based on the precedent I think this sets, but I think we do need, I think this provides significant housing, so I vote yea.
All right, good luck getting to city council. We hope to see the project continue to improve.
Thank you to the applicant.
Thanks for your time tonight. I'm also here for the next one. Do you mind if I just step out with this group for just a moment?
Sure. I'll read very slowly the next.
We gotta still have the whole presentation, but
Yeah.
Will, we can let Will run through his part.
Is Will even still here? Did he like?
He's upstairs.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, reasonable.
Wait, Will's right there.
No, she was saying Will's presentation, and I was like, yeah, no, I got it. Does Will even get? Yeah, no.
I think he's watching online and reading it.
Fair enough.
As much as he wants.
I respect that choice. If you're watching, I respect that choice.
All right, our next item on the agenda is request to rezone property located at 99999 Long Shoals Road from residential single-family low-density RS2 to highway business HB. The property is identified with a pin on the agenda, and the property owner is Windad LLC. The applicant contact is Mr. Derek Allen, planner coordinating review, Will Palmquist. Mr. Palmquist.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Will Palmquist with Planning and Urban Design again. This is a straight rezoning petition for one property without an address in the city officially, located on Long Shoals Road. Here is the property, the subject property here. It's a very strange kind of shape. You can see the vicinity. It's relatively close to Hendersonville Road and just across Lake Julian on Long Shoals Road. You can kind of tell in the aerial that there are some water bodies that run through this site, eventually end up draining into Lake Julian under Long Shoals Road. There's also some wetlands, whether they're official or not. It's there are some environmental features associated with this site. The site itself is about 5 acres. You can see here the current zoning is RS2. It's residential, single-family, low density. The applicant is requesting a rezoning to the highway business HB district. Due to the proposed zoning change, an update to the comprehensive plan's future land use map would also be required for consistency. The current future land use designation is parks and open space, and staff is proposing, and the applicant is requesting, a change to that future land use to urban corridor. So a few of the pros to rezoning here, obviously, rezoning it would provide for much greater development potential than what currently exists on the site. So, Long Shoals Road is a major thoroughfare in the city now, and it's experiencing a lot of growth and development along it, including some conditional zonings that have come before you all in recent years. The kind of the character, it's kind of coming from the eastern and western sides of Long Shoals Road. This zoning would be somewhat consistent with keeping and promoting that character that's been evolving along the road. One con that staff identifies is that this would eliminate a residentially zoned piece of land. Some of that concern is partially minimized since the RS2 zoning district is low density, so the amount of housing that could be built by right on this site is pretty limited by the zoning in any case. So here's the purpose of highway business, just to note, is to address the needs of commercial development along major thoroughfares. Automobile-oriented development is prevalent within this district, and a wide range of commercial uses is permitted. This zoning would be consistent with some of the surrounding land uses and zoning along Long Shoals Road, including highway business zone property to the east. which is a variety of retail and service uses, institutional zone property to the west along Long Shoals Road, and then commercial business 2 and residential expansion conditional zoning zone properties further to the west along Long Shoals Road, which consist of retail and service uses as well as some planned multifamily residential uses. The proposal would be consistent with the proposed future land use map of urban corridor, which is described as redevelopment in the form of mixed-use residential, commercial, and office uses that place emphasis on pedestrian-friendly amenities and infrastructure. The rezoning would also support a number of goals in the plan, such as to encourage responsible growth by ensuring that new development has the appropriate infrastructure to support it, to facilitate real estate development that maximizes public benefit by establishing accessible and well-connected commercial nodes consistent with the strategies outlined in the plan's growth areas, and to create a sustainable path to balanced budgets by promoting development in the growth areas identified in Living Asheville as a way of ensuring new development maximizes fiscal returns to the city. For those reasons, staff recommends approval of the proposed rezoning. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Palmquist. Any questions for staff?
The applicant's also available too for any questions.
Appreciate you, Will.
Yep. Sure.
Would the applicant like to approach the mic?
I can open those slides to you for you too. Do you want to refer to those?
Please.
Sure. Let me just put them in the folder just a little bit ago.
Again, Jesse Swords with Allen Stahl and Kilbourne, here with Chris Day from Civil Design Concepts as well. I just sent over a couple of slides earlier because I just wanted to provide a little bit larger context. The staff exhibits are pretty zoomed in, and I think it's kind of helpful to see a little bit larger view. So this is much more straightforward than the last one. We're asking for rezoning from RS2 to HB. The staff report notes, and Will just went over the compatibility with the surrounding uses, the consistency with the urban corridor, future land use designation, and there have been some recent rezonings in this area, both to residential expansion, CZ, and there was a very similar rezoning just in April of last year. The property across the street was rezoned from RS2 to HB, and they're, very similar properties. Both are about 5 acres. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Also, Chris is available, so.
Thank you, Mr. Swartz. Any initial questions for the applicant?
Oh, I'm sorry, in the future land use map context, sorry, this just shows this pinkish red is urban corridor. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of it along Long Shoals in the same area. So just wanted to point that out as well.
Any questions? Are we, have we lulled ourselves to sleep?
I have no questions, I have comments.
By all means.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
You want to do public comment first? Yeah. Okay. We will open public comment for this item at 8:10 p.m. Is there anyone who's signed up or not signed up to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment at 8:10 p.m. All right, comment away.
when I first looked at this, looking at the 30,000 foot level, this zoomed out version, because, you know, I do believe often the staff presentations are really close for me, so I always have to go and zoom out myself. It seems to make sense. It falls in line, right? However, from an environmental perspective, this parcel, I think, was left alone for a reason, and it's because there are two headwater streams to Lake Julian. Basically, the majority, if you look at it, if you run stream stats on USGS, the majority of the water funneling into Lake Julian is running through this parcel. So this is the head of the lake. And there are two streams coming together in that parcel, and they're, even though they may not, I don't know if there's jurisdictional yet or not, I haven't looked into that, but there seems to be considerable wetland on there. And so considering the wetland and the streams and the buffers to all those, if they were left intact, there's no buildable area remaining for this parcel. So the only way to build on this parcel would be to fill in the wetlands and to bury the streams. And for that reason, I think it would be at considerable cost to do so. But that's not for me to necessarily say who's to spend the money, but for the resource that it is, I have a hard time seeing the future land use map change for this, and I'm gonna be a no vote on this rezone.
Maybe if the applicant could speak to that, and not to try to convince you otherwise, but just to raise a rhetorical question, could the applicant with the current zoning fill in the wetland and bury the streams?
Yes, they could. They could, but I can't imagine a world where building two houses there would be financially worth filling in the wetland, but.
Yeah, no, fair, I mean, I think that's.
I don't think the economics on that one work. I can imagine a world where you may be able to make the economics work on the, on filling in the wetlands the other way, but.
So I'll just say, like, I empathize with that. I said in the pre-meeting, you know, if it were up to me, we'd basically draw a 5-mile radius out of the center of downtown Asheville and only allow construction within that 5-mile radius, and we would preserve all of western North Carolina without touching anything else. And the same would be Hendersonville, and the same would be Waynesville, and, you know, maybe Canton tries to be there, who knows? But there would be very few of these spots where anything is developed. And it feels, you know, at this point somewhat arbitrary to hope that the financially cumbersome nature of RS2 zoning is a better outcome for our community than HB. So I do appreciate you, Jason. I think you're right. You're not wrong.
I mean, it's currently zoned the way it's zoned, so the burden of proof to rezone would have to, in my mind, outweigh, there would have to be some level of burden that I just, in my mind, is not meeting.
Yeah.
Why don't we let the applicant speak to environmental concerns and placement of the site?
Sure. Hey there, Chris Day, Civil Design Concepts. Totally understand the question, and this is an interesting parcel. In a perfect world, we would come in with a CZ for a rezoning and not a just straight rezone. But for those exact environmental issues, there's a lot of variables here for how this property would get developed in the future, and not enough for us to be able to tie that down. We've been working with Clearwater Environmental and Clement Riddle on this site for some time, having some preliminary conversations with the Corps of Engineers, understanding that we're on a 5-lane urban corridor, and trying to find the kind of that balance between, do we go out and we've got areas on these urban corridors and we find more development there, or do we push this type of development out into undeveloped areas off of these urban corridors like Jared was making reference to? The interesting part about this is Long Shoals, the Lake Julian, this parcel used to be owned by Duke Energy, and Duke Energy sold this parcel about 6.5 years ago. They retained the part of the lake that continues off to the west side that crosses under Lake Julian, but they got rid of this parcel. They sold this parcel as well as the adjacent parcel right beside it, which was already zoned HB. So there's a small parcel contiguous with this one on the other side of the drive that accesses the apartments. That is HB, and so that parcel as well as this parcel were sold by Duke Energy to my client about 6.5 years ago. So I've also started learning more about the environmental and understand that there are wetlands present, there are some streams present, and we've been hired to kind of go in there and work with the environmental consultant and find creative ways to protect some areas, preserve others, and fully impact some portions of the site. The fact that what I've been told is the wetlands that are there are actually young wetlands. A lot of this site was open water, which is not preferable in terms of what I'm learning from the environmental consultants, that open water doesn't provide the benefit that some of the wetlands do, and that the health of these wetlands, because they are relatively, they're not old established wetlands, are not as some of the mitigation factors and concerns by the Corps are not as strong on this site. So totally recognize the environmental aspects of it, but we are looking to create connectivity, create consistency, and we've been looking at the redevelopment of the parcel across the street, and how aligning for entranceways. We do recognize there's going to be impacts on this site. We're just trying to find the best ways to minimize that moving forward. So I understand your concerns.
You're saying you realize that there would be wetland impacts.
Wetland
and
and
trying to stream impacts. You're working out those thresholds.
We're working out those thresholds, but then also just the variability of how, we don't know how the site, this site will most likely require an individual permit. So there's a lot of back and forth with the Corps over a public process and a year-long process. So that's why we can't come to you with a CZ, like with a site-specific layout, because there's so much of the Corps that we want them to be able to provide their input, the Corps and the state, on how those environmental aspects are managed.
And how far in the process are you with the Corps? Have you just had an initial pre-meeting?
We've had delineations and pre-meetings.
You've had a delineation?
We have, yeah. There's significant stuff on there. So we're trying to focus everything to the outside so that we can maintain some of the existing channels that are out there. So there's an existing channel to the north and south, and then there's the one that's already culverted where you go into the apartment complex that kind of crosses through this property with an access easement.
And obviously you're aware that this is also in a floodplain.
Right.
Flood zone A. Okay.
Yeah. So I was looking, interestingly enough, I think, this is not, as I looked at from Hendersonville Road, so every property from Hendersonville Road back to this site is HB along the 5-lane urban corridor. And I found the site across the street, which recently just got rezoned, and only one other parcel undeveloped along this urban corridor. So, which is the one that's on the other side of Ingalls, that Ingalls doesn't own. That's the only other one that's not got a current development plan moving forward on it, besides the lake that I said Duke still owns. So Duke obviously owns Lake Julian on the south side, and they own a small portion of the headwaters of the lake on the north side that they retained when they sold this parcel. So I understand your concerns and respect those.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've worked together, and Stormwater Task Force, and I just, we have, and you probably looked at this, and whoever's on the team's looked at this, but it's, it's not an insignificant watershed that is draining through there. I think it's 1 square mile at least through that one stream. So if you're burying some of it, we're increasing velocity. I mean, there's just, from my perspective, there's just a lot of environmental concerns, and I know, I understand, I get that you're working with Clearwater and you're in communications with the Corps. It's a hard one for me.
Understood.
Any other questions? Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'm prepared to make motions. I move to approve the zoning request for the properties located at 9999 Long Shoals Road from residential, single-family, low-density RS2 to highway business, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, prioritizes growth and development within the designated growth areas, 2, establishes accessible and well-connected commercial nodes consistent with the strategies outlined in the plan's growth areas, and 3, promotes development in the growth areas identified in the Living Asheville as a way of ensuring new development maximizes fiscal returns to the city.
You also have to mention the amending the future land use map from parks to urban corridor. That just is written in there, sorry.
As well as mentioning the future, as well as changing the future land use map from parks and open spaces to highway business. Urban corridor. Or urban corridor, sorry.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for sticking with us. We now reached the last item on our agenda, and so I'll introduce a presentation by staff on proposed UDO updates to Chapter 7 that will affect standards for landscaping, tree canopy preservation, commercial district setbacks, residential design standards, and considerations to expand housing options in residential zoning districts. Planner presenting Vidula Satvika. And I guess if I could just tee this up, and you'll probably say the same, this is an informal presentation to sort of collect input. Think of it as, work session within a PZC meeting. So we're here to provide input on substance, process, and then this would likely come back to us at some time for a vote. So I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Satvika.
Great, thank you.
4-hour limit for the work session?
1 hour limit, so what time is it? Thank you. Yes, I'm Vidula Satvika with Planning and Urban Design. So you all know this, but for those who are maybe new, part of this is coming from a result from the missing middle housing study, which we completed in December of last year, and as well as looking at how we can make other amendments to our code to support housing. This is a chart that identifies a possible schedule for different code updates to come both to you and to City Council. Where you see a little check mark, you members have already sailed these amendments through, so they've been reviewed and are ready for City Council vote. The others haven't been reviewed by you yet. So currently, we're just going to talk about the ones that have not been reviewed by you, except this displacement overlay at the bottom, because that's still being worked on. So we'll have narrowed down this list. I'll just say, like you already mentioned, Chair, that today, on July 11th, you can see in this column, we're really just talking and having a free-form discussion here. It would be best for us if you can just hold us to anything you think is maybe going in the wrong direction, or if you want something changed, to highlight to us so that when we come back to you, hopefully next month, we can get through a little bit easier. And then, if all goes well, this is a possible schedule for City Council coming with a few of the items at the end of August and then the others in September. So this slide presentation is about 15 slides, just going into some of these recommendations and some key elements that we're proposing. So we're not reviewing every item. It would be too much, especially for some of these, like the landscape code, that's pretty substantial, and that we've been sort of working on with as a result of changes to the open space amendment. We've been sort of working on this landscaping code for about 2 years already.
I'm going to speak freely now because we've set the precedent that this is more like a working session. I want to just say, as we kick this off, Stephanie Dahl and Chris Collins did an awesome job at PED, kind of rolling out this concept of the proposed UDO amendments in bundles and prioritizing and working together as a group to really come forward to council aligned. And so this presentation, at least for me, I want to say was super exciting, the PED presentation and this one here. So as we roll into this and have an open dialogue, it's super cool. Appreciate you guys.
Great. So I'll also, you triggered an idea that I wanted to highlight, that housing is a priority that we all talk about. Some of these changes are not housing, but they're housing related. And there is a concern that we are moving in a direction of opening up a lot more possible development opportunities, and there are many who are concerned about those impacts. So, for example, the first 2 items here have to do primarily with trees and improving tree canopy in the city of Asheville. So we think of this as sort of a push-pull, give and take, and so we'll talk through that, but we feel like it's balanced. So starting with the landscaping code, here are some of the key items that we're looking at. Adjusting parking lot and property line buffers, establishing a new soil volume standard for trees, establishing a third-party inspection process so that what is designed is ultimately built. We have before and after images from Google Earth showing parking lots separated by 10 years where you can't tell the difference. That's a problem, right? We've invested a lot of money and we're not getting anything for it. So the third-party inspection would help us guarantee or ensure much better that those projects are built correctly and will flourish. We're proposing a new plan set to identify soil volumes and utilities. This is partially aligned with trying to get better trees and knowing where they are. Requiring some formal plans for smaller projects that we don't have today. We're proposing a new green roof standard for certain buildings in the downtown and outside of downtown, and eliminating one of the landscaping standards that's called building impact. So I'll talk about those.
So a question as we go through these, like for instance, landscape code, there are things that I could see as like actually a pretty high priority as far as housing, like the buffering, the fact that we're requiring greater buffering between multifamily and single family versus commercial and single family. Are we aiming to prioritize these, or are we thinking that like section 711.3 in totality needs to be 100% aligned when it comes forward?
Well, there's always flexibility. We can always cut things if it's a big enough problem, but I think there's been a lot of work on all of the landscaping code. So let's start by talking through the different sections and seeing if there are issues.
Okay, yeah, it's because to me, from the outside looking in, this feels like one of those January tranches, not like we need to try and rush this to council in September, considering we're doubling the landscaping code size. And I've had multiple calls about it from professionals who are concerned with the overly cumbersome nature of it.
Why don't we let Mr. Savick kind of walk through, and then we can kind of parse out.
That'd be great, yeah, because I will answer some of your questions. This image on the bottom is just highlighting something that we all know, but we don't practice in really very few cities in the US and anywhere, is that for trees to grow well and to flourish, they need enough room for air and water. So adjusting property line buffers. Currently, our code is what you see on the far left, and we are proposing what's on the far right. We'll start with the top graph. I'll just call out the first thing here is it says for proposed development sites, if you're in an RM district and you're adjacent to RS, you have to provide a buffer. So you can have a duplex and you have to buffer that from a single-family house. That does not seem like the direction we want to go. It's very suburban in its approach, and it leads to a poor use of land. It's not very efficient. And so what we're proposing is the top right, where it says, if you're a single-family duplex or small-scale residential, so anything 12 units or less, and you're near any other residential, you don't have to buffer it. Maybe we need to go further, maybe not, but this is at least moving in the right direction. And then saying, if you're 12 units or larger in size, then maybe you need a buffer. So sort of bringing it down and really simplifying it. In addition, what I've outlined in blue is really just a reduction in the number of trees and shrubs in both of those A and B buffers. This comes to us both from our own staff and development services that have identified over the years that these are too many trees and plants and they're not surviving. So what's the point? And from development community that says it doesn't work. So this is the image on the top right here. To get back to Commissioner Wheatley's perspective that, sometimes less is more. I think in this case, this is a great example of proposing to reduce trees that may improve tree health. Any questions about this?
Yeah, so just throughout this presentation, a big question I had when reviewing this presentation, because we have this ahead of time, is what are the driving forces behind it? So if you can, for example, the reduction in the buffer, having more room for flourish. You mentioned developers and you mentioned staff. I'm curious, does the urban forester, were there other tree or planting landscape architect professionals that have weighed in and also said similar things? I just want to know kind of where all these efforts are coming from.
Okay, no,
the background story is helpful for me.
Yeah, that's great. I actually meant to highlight that after the open space amendments, it's a long story, but we created a task force to address landscaping. And so we had a group of people, we've met about 30 times over these last 2 years, went through all of the landscaping code, including landscape architects, arborists, tree specialists, tree lovers, two or three members of the Urban Forestry Commission. And so reviewed this kind of holistically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a suggestion for property line buffers. Adjusting parking lot tree regulations. So here we're suggesting going from, we don't have to read it, summarizing it is really the percentage. Going from a percentage in parking lots from about 40% tree coverage in theory, let's call it theory because it's not actual. None of this is ever actually translated into that type of a canopy. But going from a theoretical on paper canopy of about 38% to 20%. Sounds like a pretty significant decrease, and it is when you look at the numbers of trees planted, and I show you an example in a little while. But the idea is that if we are requiring minimum soil volumes now, which will be a big hurdle, and all development projects will have to have a much higher standard, and we'll go through that and how that occurs, we can't expect the same number of trees. And it's just not reasonable. So I'll show you some examples of that. A new standard is to establish soil volumes. This is to say that today, we require basically, small, we have no actual soil volume standards except within the CBD, which is 300 cubic feet, and by and large, it isn't really followed. So we're suggesting, this chart is a little bit complicated, but what it says is if it is, first the column on the far left says there must be a certain distance that dictates how much soil volume required. So if you're really close to a building, you're not expected to grow as big of a tree, and you're not expected likely to have so much room for soil volumes. So you can have less soil volume. But if you share a certain planting area with multiple trees, you're allowed to have a reduced volume per tree, because there's been some research that identifies that trees share nutrients. So this is what we came up with a lot of back and forth with different departments here and private stakeholders. And that would be a significant leap forward for the city of Asheville. There are very few cities in North America that have soil volume standards.
How'd this get into missing middle housing again?
These are housing supportive. We're looking at housing changes to the code and housing supportive. Many people in the city expect the residential neighborhoods to not be degraded over time. And so we want to encourage different changes, such as promoting walkability, promoting good tree canopy. So it's supporting housing with livability. Okay?
To kind of piggyback on that question, though, could you just, for the soil volume, could you review the applicability of this? What triggers this standard? Like anytime you have to plant new trees, you follow a soil volume standard?
Yes, I think the details currently are that for trees planted outside of the right-of-way, they would have to comply with these standards.
So would a single-family home have to have a soil volume calculation sheet?
I would have to look at the specific code on where we landed on like the 1 and 2 family. I don't have that at the top of my mind right now.
Yeah, I don't think 1 and 2 family dwellings are allowed to have, by the state requirement, I don't think we can allow or require stamped sealed drawings on 1 and 2 dwelling homes.
Well, I'm not talking about stamped seal drawings right now. I'm just talking about soil volume requirements.
So who does the soil volume calculation and puts it in the plans? And
well, it would have to be identified on the plan set, so we'd have to see that there's room for a tree, because trees typically are 3 feet deep, so we know by the area multiplied by a depth of 3 feet what the soil volume is. So it's not convoluted science or very difficult, but for the question for the single family, I'd have to get back to you. So let me get through the rest of this, and we can talk about, unless there's something very specific here. Okay, this is the third-party inspection process that would go at the same time. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how good of planting standards you have if they're not followed. And so I have this image of the driveway, because we have regulations today that before you pour concrete, you have to have your driveway inspected to make sure that it is the right depth and is prepared correctly, because if it fails, it's a problem. And so we are proposing to use a similar methodology for landscaping, that the developer, the project would have to hire a third party that would be involved in determining that the correct steps were taken to prepare the site before trees are planted.
did I hear you right? They have to hire a third party?
Yes.
This would be similar to currently they're required to hire a third party for erosion control inspections.
That's right.
Yeah.
So there must be some threshold to this, because I've run enough construction projects to know that I didn't hire a third-party inspector for my erosion control. So there must be a threshold of amount of disturbed soil for your third-party inspector, right?
I believe that's correct. That certainly is going to be the case here. So we're sort of still teetering on how,
Yeah, because, I mean, we've heard, personally, this board has heard about third-party inspectors not being encouraged by DSD. So did DSD ask you to set up a requirement to, in fact, employ third-party inspectors?
well, we worked with the city and came up with this as the
So
best solution.
DSD, though,
With
because DSD
yes.
manages this.
Yes.
I noticed there's like watering in here, like somebody's going to come by and, I guess, stick something in the ground to make sure that the water content of the soil of the planted media
Well,
is.
some of the details, I don't want to get too bogged down.
I do,
Until this
because
comes to you
we're
as a formal.
prioritizing this over housing.
Jared, I would just say that politically, for a lot of the housing changes to be viable, in my view, I do think we might have to make some concessions to the folks who are more interested in tree canopy than in housing, because those people are out there, and they will be upset about a lot of the changes that we are driving. So like, I think considering what some of the trade-offs could be and just hearing them out could be valuable in the long run.
And I'll say, you know, I don't want to just get lost in the bullets here because we can spend our hour time.
Well, I did read the full 24 pages, so I've already spent those hours, so I'm not concerned about the details. We can go into each bullet point if we want to be politically astute and aware of what all we're agreeing to. I'm super into that because it's becoming law. So if it's discriminatory and if it's disequitable, we have to own that as a committee, whether we feel like it's politically cool or not.
Okay. Well, if you have something you want to talk about specifically here, sure, go ahead. Do you want to pause here?
I think we've,
Yeah, so review of planting site, soil preparation with a focus on agitation, mixing, turning, and other work to uncompacted areas. Are you familiar with a third-party inspector who has that capacity in Asheville to schedule that activity?
I'm not sure, and that may be, you know, we've discussed a lot internally to what extent we would need to create some work sessions to help people understand how to take on these inspections, whatever the final inspections are determined to be, whether or not it's, you know, using these words, but the point is, if it's determined that you want your trees to survive, which I think everybody here understands, the reason we have landscaping standards is because you want that, right, to cool parking lots, you need to ensure that they can grow. And so the minimum verification is some type of soil amendment and ensuring that there's enough soil volume. It could be as easy as using penetrometers, which are basically just poles that you push into the ground, and if you can't get it in, it's too compacted. So a lot of this has to do with site preparation, and there's no doubt that this would
I would like to remind you, I'm a licensed general contractor. I understand that. I work with DSD on a regular basis. So if we're asking above and beyond what our city is willing to provide as a basic service to our community, which is what DSD does, is that responsible? Is it responsible of a town of 94,000 to create a whole new inspection ecosystem and essentially encourage people to open new businesses with probometers and come out to the darn sites and make sure that the soil is being properly agitated? Is that where the zoning is going in this city?
To your point, it wouldn't be a whole new business. I mean, it'd be any landscape architect go out and every task in here was a note that we would put on our LA plans, right? These are all things that should be done for proper health of trees. It's just a matter of someone going out and inspecting that it be done.
The compliance function.
The compliance.
I think, yeah, if I could, I think you raise a really good point, Commissioner Wheatley, about third-party inspections, you know, perhaps having unintended consequences, and it's something we all need to think about and maybe chew on between now and next time this comes back. There may be other mechanisms. You know, I know for, say, stormwater, there's bonding requirements, right? Like you have to complete satisfactorily your stormwater device before a bond is released. And if everybody has the shared goal that plants that are installed live, you know, perhaps there's a different mechanism than tying up the CO or imposing a new cost. But then bonding also has cost too, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if we create a tremendous number of negative externalities on housing, to provide housing, that's a concern.
I'm in complete agreement with you. I'm just, to the validity of these particular items, you know,
I mean,
as a side note, nitpicking these items, to me these are all good sense strategies for trees.
And let me just back up to say the intent really is ensuring that before trees go in the ground, because this is the problem, is that trees are planted and then there's no way to ensure it's been done right, and nobody's going to go back and say, sorry, you have to pull out all your trees. We would never do that. So we just have to find...
Well, that's interesting to me, though, because I thought the city was supposed to be doing inspections of trees.
We do inspection of trees. We're not there for every tree that's planted.
Yeah.
This is the problem, is that we need some system. We've talked about doing a photo archive, you know, to demonstrate that the pits are large enough. You know, so I think the direction we're going is that before the trees are planted, so that all the soil is ready and has been amended, however that is determined, however it's prepared, before the trees go in, somebody has to go out and has to verify in some way. If that does not happen, the system is not going to work.
Right, so, and the city staff does not have capacity to do that level of inspecting.
We do not, yeah.
Right, and so what this is essentially, I mean, really to piggyback on Commissioner Wheatley's point, it's forwarding the cost on to the developer, and any additional cost to the developer is, you know, more burdensome on you know.
You can make that argument.
The cost doesn't disappear.
You can also ask, you know, what are the costs that are incurred on, you know, society when these trees don't grow, and the environmental,
I agree.
right?
No,
So
I agree 100%, but
it's-
I think some consideration of threshold when this kicks in is something that we will, you know, I'll be thinking about, and I think we should be kicking around, because, you know, it's not an insignificant cost, right? And every little bit adds up, you know, because, you know, we're adding more inspections, you know. The developers right now, and I know Commissioner Wheatley said he's never had to have an erosion control inspector come out, but
From a third party. The city checks in. They have rain events that trigger it.
I'd like to just make a suggestion to Bella, like, I think if this was on single-family homes, that would be burdensome. I feel like if the goal of this is to encourage more duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, my suggestion would be, could we limit any additional inspections toward that product and not toward all building products? That's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to burden builders
like
who are already doing their thing. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right, we're suggesting a new plan set showing specifically the soil volumes and utilities. We've seen in many cases there's a challenge because we don't see the utilities on the landscaping plan, and in landscaping we don't even know where the soil volumes are. So most of this work, at least the utilities are already in their design documents. The added work would be identifying where the soil is. So in some cases, soil would be within exposed planting beds. In other cases, maybe in more urban situations, they would be able to meet that through some kind of underground system, which would be rare in the suburban conditions, but possible.
like a silva cell or something like that.
Exactly.
Where I'm feeling with this particular one is, could this, like, if it was me doing it, I'd make an extra exhibit for clarity's sake to have this, but to have it as a required separate sheet, is that necessary? Could the designer, the landscape architect, whoever's doing the planting plan, put this information on the already provided, instead of requiring an additional sheet, could they put this information on an already existing sheet?
It's possible. We had that discussion here, and the consensus was if they already have the information, it's not that difficult to make a new sheet. It's hard to read so much already on their existing sheets that if we now added utility lines and soil volumes, how would you be able to read that?
Utility lines, aren't they already included on those site plans?
This puts it in with the trees, so you're trying to avoid conflict with root zones and utilities.
I'd just like to be clear that the city is not meeting its own soil volume calculations right now, this very moment, on Patton Avenue. That's currently ongoing. It's going to be brought up in a meeting tomorrow with the city manager's office. We're already not meeting our own standards. I know urban forestry is aware of that. It's not a great look to not be able to meet our own regulations as a city.
I agree.
And push those out into private development.
Well, I'll correct you that what we're suggesting here is soil volumes outside of the right-of-way. So I haven't been involved in that, but I'm guessing that might be in the right-of-way. We wouldn't be recommending those necessarily. We're not recommending those. There's been some concern from the city that the right-of-way, especially in the downtown area, is too difficult because of the conflicts under the sidewalk and too many things going on.
Yeah, I mean, I briefly reviewed the soil volume calculations, and even inside of planted islands, it could be an issue, to get the right number of trees in the island, as well as stabilizing the subbase for parking lots, asphalt adjacent. And I know the city has details inside the SSDM that show reinforced concrete, essentially where you're undercutting sidewalks and such, but...
What width islands are you looking at?
Like these parking islands. I mean, I guess it's not cumbersome, right? Engineering time's unlimited. I'm sure you can find the perfect placement of each one of those islands and meet your volume calcs. But the primary developments in this community, as we all know through the permitting department, level 3 is not the primary people out here developing in our community. The primary people developing in our community are small developments, people who do not want to spend even $10,000 on engineering. So if you're paying $1,500 a sheet and you've only got a $5,000 engineering set, that's 25-30% of your engineering costs going to trees. Okay, so it's only $1,500. $1,500 means something to me. That's my concern with this, is we're managing it towards large projects only, but it's going to be a bazooka pointed at small projects.
Yeah. I have a comment down here on thresholds to think about that. Okay. So this was, the 3 bullets are currently, we require a general landscape plan. We currently require a separate tree canopy preservation plan, and so we're suggesting a 3rd plan. And if all the data is there, it shouldn't be that much work. Here, we're suggesting a change to the process to require smaller projects or those above 1,500 square feet to have a professional design them. We've had problems internally where staff gets very poorly sketched site plan. Sites are becoming smaller as more people are trying to fit more in the city, and ultimately it is difficult for staff to even interpret, and it leads to problems. So this is a way of trying to streamline process and make it easier so that there aren't future problems between neighbors and things like that.
So I did have a question around this because the 1,500 square feet, when I read this, I guess I was interpreting it, that there was an alignment essentially with like a level 1 commercial type threshold. I think we had 1,500 square foot addition would be what would be the trigger for a level 1 on the proposed amendment to the UDO. In this case, you're saying project affecting 1,500 square feet. So any project that has a site of greater than 1,500 square feet, is that?
No, maybe it needs to be corrected to, I think, mean something like expansions or new construction over of 1,500 square feet or more.
But I guess, yeah, I agree, it's a little confusing in the wording. Would 1,500 square feet apply to site? Because it says structure or site. So that's a tiny amount of area if you're including like potential site disturbance affiliated with, say,
Well, and it's a tiny amount of site, and also there are, once again, state guidelines. I don't know who's reviewing the general statutes, but, we literally cannot require stamped, sealed drawings for projects, commercial projects, under $300,000. So unless it has structural modifications. So I don't know how that corresponds to the site.
And we got a comment from the public that made a lot of sense, that it might not mean, maybe it would be better phrased not by a licensed design professional, but that they must be scaled drawings.
I think a scaled drawing is a much better solution than a licensed design professional. A scaled drawing is fine. I mean, we got to remember that drawings were being literally drawn on blue paper with, many good things have been done with a knucklehead and a ruler. But I do want to just be cognizant of the fact that there are erosion control thresholds, there are other things that require professional triggers, and to set an artificially low threshold that can disturb a small market that doesn't have a ton of landscape architects, doesn't have a ton of civil engineers. If I go out to reach out to one of them right now, it may be 8 to 12 weeks for drawings.
Yeah, okay.
8 to 12 weeks is a cost.
I got the note. Okay, thank you. Another is eliminating building impact. This is a standard in landscaping code that states, I printed it here because I forget it, that basically it says here you have to provide 1 tree and 2 shrubs for every 1,000 square feet of building footprint. So what the image is showing here, and this is a real case, this is actually the Fuddruckers on the bottom left. The outline, the dotted outline is the property line. The hard line is the actual proposed building. So this project on the left is required to plant 76 building impact trees. The project on the right, because it's a smaller building, has to provide fewer trees. So the standard really undermines itself. You can't, it doesn't make sense. So we're suggesting to drop it, and we've had some discussions with increasing tree canopy preservation of Class C by 5% to sort of mitigate this. So there's that. This is an image from South Asheville from doing analysis when I was working with this small group of folks looking at how we could change standards. And really what this is highlighting on the top under current, you can see that the total required trees in this area for this Publix would be 473 trees. Under the new proposed, with changes to parking lot and dropping the building impact trees, it's 40% fewer trees. So it's a significant change. And I think some people, again, see that and they think, oh my God, what are you doing to Asheville? But we have to remember that what was currently on the books never, ever materialized. Those trees, if you go down there now, they're all, not all, but many of them are really suffering. A lot of that has to do with how they're planted, but again, sometimes less is more, and that's what we're proposing here. We're going to have fewer trees, but with greater soil volume standards and a third-party inspection, they should flourish if we can make that happen.
This image did kind of trigger a question in my mind. During this review, was there any consideration for buffer trees being counted towards canopy at this as well? I think right now canopy is not counted in the buffer. Is that correct? There's buffer trees and then canopy trees. Is that the correct?
Trees that are preserved to meet the TCP can be used for other landscape requirements. Yeah.
So preserved trees in a buffer zone count.
Yeah.
But not buffer zone plantings to meet the buffer requirement.
New trees.
Yeah, there's another way of looking at that is the buffer zone is still part of the canopy. So it's like almost counting that tree as half. You say double count, and I'm saying you're counting it as 50%.
Right. You're saying, why aren't we counting a buffer that intends to be there for the long term?
Correct.
To count as canopy that will be canopy?
Correct.
That seems to make sense to me. We can look into that.
Okay.
Buffer as TCPO. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, another standard is a new green roof standard. The idea here, this came to us from the Stormwater Task Force that said, why don't you have a green roof standard in your landscaping code? So we did some work, looked at other cities, and we're proposing that in the CBD, for roofs over 5,000 square feet, they would have to have a green roof, and for all others, 10,000 square feet. Focusing on the CBD because the French Broad Rivers was downgraded a few years ago. It's part of a $3 billion industry or something, and there's a concern that we aren't doing enough. We had McKinstry do a little review of green roofs and their applicability to Asheville. So we have a little flyer here that I can pass around if you want, or we can.
Who did that?
McKinstry. We work with them to look at.
Who's that?
They're engineering, building, high performance building is their focus company.
Yeah, I guess what struck me is two things about this that were interesting is, say we disincentivize 100 unit building from going into CBD, right? And this theoretical building goes into the county. So the people have to travel 10 miles to get into the city. How many of those 100 units traveling to the city for work, for play, for all the other things that may occur, how many times does that have to happen, and how many green roofs need to be in place to offset the same public benefit of the green roof? I don't know, maybe somebody's done that calculation.
I don't disagree with your logic, but it also, you can take that logic to like an extreme case where you are trying to reduce standards to, that could undermine quality of life. So, when we think about this recommendation coming from a stormwater task force, the concern about the river, the incredible industry that it provides for our tourism business here, you can make the argument that people want to come to Asheville, and Asheville is attractive. So that if businesses come here, is it worth looking at your building from a long-term perspective where green roofs last twice as long, if you're looking at the 40-year life or longer, to make that investment? It doesn't make the investment on a short term, but it does in the long term. So
yeah, I
think
mean,
those
I
are
guess
important
my issue
considerations.
is, I just floated the French Broad last weekend with my boy and found like a 40-foot retaining wall, 2 stories high, that I never even knew existed out in the county, like 5 feet away from the French Broad River. And I'm like, a part of me was like, oh, whoa, what we do inside the city limits is one thing, but when we encourage things to come out here and their stormwater is managed only from a quantity perspective instead of a quantity and a quality perspective. There is actually some kind of economic kind of teeter-totter we're playing, where we want to provide better stormwater management, which we do inside the city, as far as I know, than the county. So we want people to come here so we can manage the stormwater better. We don't want to overly incentivize people to move outside of the city by having it overly regulated. And so that kind of leads to my second question, right? The first question was, what's the carbon off, trade-off we have here? The second thing is there an opportunity for an incentive instead of a mandate?
Yeah, I was going to raise the same thing because, as you know, I was on the Stormwater Task Force, and the way I remember is we have like almost zero mention of green roofs in the UDO, and the recommendation was, hey, we need to really be incentivizing this. I don't know necessarily that the intent that was to make it a mandate, but I think could we look at the option of, I think one big way to incentivize this is, hey, we could do green roofs as a way to treat your stormwater. If that is an easy way for someone to say, hey, I can implement this green roof, and there's a way that you can look at the square footage of the building, of the green roof, and say, hey, that is going to meet 100% of my stormwater requirement. Now the developer doesn't have to put in a storm tech system or any other underground system, fast tracking, we could throw a bunch of different incentives on here to really push this because, as you know, you've been looking at the data, and as I know, I don't know how many people know all of the benefits of green roofs, but they're numerous. What we don't want to do is, I agree with Commissioner Wheatley, is put undue burden on and push people away that may not understand that actually there may be cost savings to you to develop with a green roof. They may not know that and may go into the county.
Like you can train people.
Yeah,
as well.
let's incentivize it, and let's have an educational program and say, hey, you want to develop here? We're incentivizing. Look at this. Let me tell you a little bit about this, and you may actually save some money by doing it this way. And then they may choose to do it, but then they think it's their choice.
Yeah. Well, and along that path is like, okay, we're not just mandating a green roof. I don't know enough about it. I haven't gone through the continuing education on it, right? But doesn't a green roof need to be on like a flat roof?
Pretty much.
No.
No, it can go up to.
No.
I'm talking, can it be on a 12-12?
Maybe like a 212 or something.
Well, okay, so a flat roof is a technical term. I didn't just say flat roof on accident.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? A 212 is a flat roof. You can't use asphalt shingles on a flat roof.
Right.
Okay, so a flat roof is a technical term. It's got a definition. I think they're only allowed on flat roofs. So also what we're mandating in this is that our downtown will only have flat roofs.
Well, that's
I'm just saying,
norm.
this is one of those strange, everyone goes, whoops, did we just mandate flat roofs in downtown? You kind of are on this. That would be, if we hadn't seen it.
To Vanilla's point, and mostly are flat, right? Like almost
Yeah, I think it would be the exception to find a building that's built to.
Well, yeah, my thing is this, I thought we were.
Government buildings.
Unintentional.
I thought we were trying to be a creative community.
Something about the green roof. Oh, forget me.
A creative community that's interested in unique placemaking. Okay? I don't think mandating a flat roof is part of that. Like Frank Geyrie, does he only do flat roofs? I don't know. Maybe he's a cool architect we would want to invite to our town, and he'd have to go through conditional rezoning, and we'd beat him up over his green roof, or lack of green roof.
This is a good conversation, and I'm going to say we actually have an expert on green roofs on 2 of our boards, Kate on Kaya. So what I would suggest is, just especially in the interest of time, is if we can think of things in the form of questions, then staff can come and answer them at the next meeting. But I think it's a great point, like, we might disincentivize creative buildings or tell people that they have to make things a certain way. So check that this could actually be done. And/or can you turn this into an incentive?
You said that Kate is on a,
Kate's on the Riverfront Commission, and
Yeah.
Kate is also on the Design Review Committee.
okay. I
Yeah.
didn't know that, great.
Yeah, she
Okay.
is.
Okay.
And just two quick questions
Yeah.
that you can just keep and do whatever with. One, in the renovation world, when you open something up, you have to bring it up to current code. I know, at least know that in the residential world. I don't know if commercial's the same way. So if someone in commercial had to at some point redo one of these flat roofs, and this is the standard, like, are they now putting in a green roof? That's the
Yeah,
question.
I think, I don't remember where it's phrased here, it would only be for new construction.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, new construction's difficult because the definition for new development is different than new construction. So
Yeah, but I got the intent of
that's
what you're
a,
saying.
that's a bear trap to be
Okay, I'm just
wary
throwing
of.
out questions.
Yeah.
Second one, dangerous one, that fee and lieu money we collect for when people don't plant all the trees. I mean, I know it's not this board's purview to manage that money, but this seems like a cool tie-in of using that.
Oh, like an additional incentive?
Like for trying to incentivize it.
Yeah, yeah.
To me, it would seem like a cool use of that money, but it's not my money to manage.
And have you explored, in addition to green roofs, if we're going the incentive route, instead of, right, because I'm not sure there's any stomach for mandating this, I'm just gonna be honest, but like incentivizing it, could we also throw in other options like green walls, right? Or, planters on the sides of the buildings or whatnot, right? Like, I mean, there's all kinds of ways to green up our surfaces. And so maybe if there was a couple options and if it was incentivized, I think we might get to see a little bit more of that cool stuff.
And encourage creativity.
Yeah.
Like the more
think
we allow
flexibility.
the flexibility in our UDO, the more interesting buildings we get, the more we are a unique community, the more, I think designers are smarter than, or more creative than I am. Who knows what they'll dream up? But we got to give them the
Thank you,
space to
Jared.
breathe. I didn't mean to slander your good name.
Okay, moving on, there is a recommendation to increase the tree canopy in Class C by 5%. So currently, this is how the code reads in the left column, that depending on your existing tree canopy in Class C, you have to provide between 15 and 30% canopy. And so under the proposed, it would be to increase that by 5%. So this was sort of a give and take with the idea of dropping the building impact standard that we talked about, and a concern that we maybe need more tree canopy. So that was a trade-off.
Something that I think has come up before when we've looked at the application of tree canopy preservation is it seems like it's not actually driving people to preserve as much as, the name would suggest. And so I wonder if that could be looked at, to really more incentivize preservation and less just buy your way out of it or.
As I understand, it's just very difficult. When you're developing a site, when you're doing grading, it's not to, justify it, but that is very difficult because you have to grade a significant portion being in a very hilly terrain, and that leads to, a lot of tree loss unless you have a big site and trees on the periphery. So we can look at how to maybe better preserve trees, but that may be a reality that's difficult to overcome.
Yeah. I think the fee and lieu fee table could be more tuned to find that balance right now. Because right now, again, going back to the creativity thing, if the fee is low enough, I don't need to be creative. I just pay the fee. Right? If the fee is
For tree canopy, the fee in lieu for tree canopy.
Yeah.
Well, and also to complement that, if I have, say, a 12-inch breast height, whatever, diameter tree. I try my best, Jason. I'm just trying to keep up. So if I have this 12-inch tree and the equivalent is only offsetting 2 or 3 puny trees, I'm going to tell the bulldozer, take that sucker down, move on with life. Now, if you tell me that 12-inch diameter tree is closer to 25, now I'm starting to think, okay. And so the carbon trade-off, carbon sequestration.
Yeah, it's more of an exponential thing versus a linear thing. And the table we have it right now, the fee is more linear. And so we're not getting enough bang for our buck kind of with the bigger trees, I think.
I hear, so you're saying we need to increase our tree canopy, tree fee in lieu?
At least on the higher end trees, yeah.
Yeah, but also that if you preserve one of those big trees,
Yeah.
you also receive a much bigger trade-off. So in other words, sure, you can charge more for trees, okay. But if you are able to save 20-inch diameter, 36-inch diameter, you're really incentivizing someone to want to protect that old growth, more mature forest. I think that's part of what we're missing and why you see trees die is because it is ecology. It's not just, oh, I knocked out one tree. It's actually, if I knock out every darn thing around it and I leave one twig in the center, the twig in the center is also going to die. I think you mentioned them feeding nutrients to each other or something before, something super meta.
Mycelium.
Oh, mycelium, that's what I said.
All right, I think we're almost there. There is a suggestion to reduce the front setbacks in a couple of the business zoning districts. This is related to housing because housing is permitted in these districts and we're not seeing much of it. So maybe some of the problem, I know close to where I live, lots are really narrow. 35-foot setback basically makes it prohibitive to develop the site.
I had one more comment real quick before we get out of landscaping. On the green roofs, I had a note by someone smarter than myself to examine putting that in open space. I don't necessarily know what that means.
Or including it as open space?
Yes, including it as open
I think that's
space.
also a good incentive.
You would qualify, right? I think if someone has a
Yeah.
green roof, then we count it.
Okay. As long as residents or whatever have access to it, right?
Yeah, it might depend on.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we did that, we included that.
Okay. I don't know all the rules to the equation. I'm just sitting up here trying.
You got to memorize them if you want to be on the commission.
I need to plug in like Neo on the back.
Okay, it's getting late, we're getting delirious. So to get on to highway and business, Commissioner Wheatley, if you heard this, we're just suggesting to reduce setbacks. Okay.
Along with this, I would like to include a potential examination for the operational component included in commercial expansion, which includes like 40% fenestration at the street level. So if you look at commercial expansion, and then you look at operational standards, and I'll be glad to, actually, you know what, we're here, we're working, I'll figure it out, I'll give you the exact things I'd like included.
Right, okay, so you're just highlighting some additional HB zoning related standards that could be tweaked.
Yeah, I think HB zoning is a good zoning district. It's Euclidean, which I don't think, really switches everyone on, but the thing about Euclidean zoning is it allows for creativity above and beyond some more descriptive zoning districts. So I can, I don't know the best way to get you over this HB modifications that I would like.
Is that what you sent around earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have them.
So maybe I can look them up and read them out now if that's going to help it be in the public
If you
record.
emailed them, I have them. That's
Okay.
fine. Any other comments on this?
Oh, I think 15 feet's still too far. Is there a reason why 15 feet over 0?
Well, we're suggesting to allow, to be consistent with the code, to allow reductions to 5 feet when there's some pedestrian design, but we could go to whatever.
Yeah, I
So-
think having a minimum of 0 or a minimum of 5 is fine. I don't know why the staff who's reviewing it, I trust those folks to know when 5's appropriate, 15's appropriate. We don't need to say pedestrian-oriented, you know? The 5 feet, when an operable door is oriented towards the street, I think what you'll find is when you review that email that I propose on HB, there's going to be a door oriented towards the street as part of the operational guidelines.
So,
And
sorry to interrupt, yeah, just to build on that, I think, you know, right now, Office 2, community business, those all have 15 feet front setback, except the minimum setback could be reduced to 0 in pedestrian-oriented areas where road widening is not anticipated. So I guess maybe is the goal here that highway business might be along corridors that are going to get an extra lane eventually? But it seemed, I would think for consistency, you could just match the office and community business, you know?
yeah, and also I think, you know, NCDOT does a good job of protecting itself. And we've already got some 5-6 lane roads where HB is. So, you know, take for instance Biltmore Avenue, there are roads or buildings right up to the street, you know.
Yeah, institutional's the same too, so
Yeah.
15 with a reduction to 0, yeah, maybe.
Right.
Yeah,
An
and-
opportunity to just be consistent.
Yeah, okay, we can look at that.
0 is just
I don't
way
imagine-
fewer words than.
I don't imagine
pedestrian-oriented.
I think some of that language is based in an antiquated perception of the world. I think
Correct.
our five lane and arterials are likely going to move the other direction, not expand further.
So along with that, I think the zoning district itself, highway business, it has an opening paragraph that describes what the district is intended to be. I would love to see that changed to a pedestrian, active transportation, transit-oriented description that describes the comp plan. It's low-hanging fruit to signal to out-of-town developers and our in-town developers what we'd like to do.
Yeah.
Costs nothing.
Noted. I have your email. I remember some of those notes. Okay. All right. Neighborhood scale design standards. We have a lot of suggestions here to basically make this easier. You know, we created this problem ourselves, me and some others here. So I'll admit that I had a role in this, and it has worked against us by being too restrictive. So we just need to update it and clean it up. Any questions?
The only thing I had, I think, in this one that I can remember is, did you list height requirements in here? Reducing height requirements?
I have here last bullet to remove the height clause.
Remove height clause. What is that?
So there's a clause in here that only relates to projects that are applicable to this, that has a separate height outside of the overlying zoning district. And I think it says 3 stories or the zoning district, whichever is less or something like that. But it adds more zoning code confusion, and if we're okay with the zoning district, why should we have additional standards for height? It just seems confusing.
That sounds great. One other one to look at, just because I've tried to use this section of the code before and it didn't work for a particular project. The diagram is clean and clear, and the intent of having the front of the structure oriented to face the primary access street is all well and good, but we have a lot of funky geometries and a lot of funky parcels, and greater flexibility on that can sometimes result in a better project. So, and maybe one worth looking at, just given the
You're talking about the
reality.
orientation, or what specific?
Yeah, orientation. So specifically, like, and it's unique to the project that we trying to do, we had a parcel that was at the end of a road, so the road frontage was, kind of narrow. And it actually it addressed the neighborhood better to orient the building away from where that road dead ends. So it didn't have a traditional road frontage. And it otherwise would have been able to meet this, but we really got hung up on orientation away from the neighborhood and towards an arbitrary street entrance.
Okay.
So maybe just like some greater flexibility looking at that. I think the intent is clear. We don't want to encourage, the backs of buildings facing the road. I get that. But
right.
I think there's some realities around the funky lots that we have.
Okay.
I looked back at my notes and now I remember what my primary issue with neighborhood scale design modifications were, and that is the inclusion of a definition for middle housing. So right now, the state of North Carolina has one definition for a dwelling, and we have 9. So I'm wondering if our community finds great benefit in discriminating so precisely on housing. Is discriminating very specifically on housing a benefit to our community? I don't know. Personally, I don't care if the person next to me is in a single-family home or a duplex, or that's not really my business. And it certainly isn't my business whether it's a middle housing or an apartment, which by North Carolina building code is all multifamily. There is no middle housing as far as the North Carolina building code's concerned. So I gotta say, is there logic behind middle housing, or is it just more discrimination and it's less politically agitating to neighbors?
I think the idea behind the middle housing is that it's a size and scale that is consistent with neighborhoods, which is basically, up to 3 stories and sort of 50 feet wide, 70 feet long. So I think that's how it's been implied, but I hear what you're saying. I think maybe, cleaning up the definitions and just being consistent with housing, although we weren't suggesting any definitions, so I don't want to add more than we already have, because this is...
Yeah, it just had been marked up for all of multifamily to become middle housing. And so that kind of precludes that there will have to be a new definition. So
Okay.
we'll move to a whole new dwelling type, which is actually the exact same as multifamily.
Okay, I'll take a look and I'll let you know if something doesn't make sense. Okay, one more slide and we're done. And then updates to RS2, RS4, and RS8 to basically allow duplexes. These are currently single-family zoning districts. They do allow ADUs, so someone can argue that already we allow for 2 units in these places. We're suggesting that we expand this as a sort of a first step in middle housing that in time will allow more units in more parts of the city, but this would be sort of the first steps to making that happen.
At 9:28, this is my favorite slide of the night.
I know, I was about to jump in. I'm like, we're almost into our 6th hour, and I finally have a thing.
Go ahead.
Please,
No, please. I didn't mean to- No, it's very
5th hour.
Yeah, very exciting.
Are we entering hour 6? We're like crossing out of hour 5. I'm doing some math.
Yeah,
here.
okay.
I've had a minute.
It's been a while, yeah.
Okay, but could we consider including triplexes and quadplexes? I'm like looking at the language up here, and I'm not sure if there's a way to do that, but if we could go even bolder, given that those will be residential when that code changes at the state level, that feels like it would be an exciting expansion that I know would be a fight, but could be really good.
I'll just comment on that and say, I think we should talk about that a little bit more. But right now, when we looked across at different communities and what they've experienced, it's like the duplex is easy. the triplex and the quads are really, really hard. And it's just because of the size, they usually require more size. And I think what Charlotte ended up doing was saying P for duplexes and then P for triplexes on corner lots.
And when you say hard, is it hard to build or hard to politically
Yeah.
get across the line on the council side? Politically, yeah.
Townhomes could be 6 units or, right? Like, so it's a little strange that triplex, quadplex would not be allowed, but you could do 6, 8 unit townhome development in an RS2. So I think it's something.
Yeah, it's something to talk,
Yeah.
talk about, and then I would say maybe just, talk to some other people, and we're really excited if you guys have a solid recommendation, we're going to work with you on that and listen to you very closely.
So, I'm not as nice as everyone else, evidently. Wait, really? I just, whether I'm just speaking to this room, some whimsical person watches this whole thing someday, zoning is really clear, okay? Since 1916, it's been really clear. It's been against apartments from day one, okay? And this goes to New York City. The first zoning code was about Eastern European Jews. Berkeley, California, also 1916, was about heathen Asians moving in from China who were willing to live in apartment complexes. And apartment complexes were an issue because that's where low-income people were willing to stay. At the same time, you have many inventions, okay, whatever. I'll fast forward to 1926, where you have Euclid versus, Ambler. Okay, and this is where Euclidean zoning is upheld, and we're allowed to differentiate land use based on what the Supreme Court supported, okay? In that decision, 1926, they said apartments may be parasites. So when we ask ourselves as a community, why are we fighting density? What is the difficulty we have around it? The issue is classism, the issue is racism, and it has nothing to do with anything other than what your neighbor may look like and may act like that doesn't align with your own social expectations. Those social expectations are steeped in something that doesn't have anything to do with life safety or equity or anything that our community claims to make a stand on. So if we want to be on that side where we're going, okay, duplexes are good enough, maybe that's okay. That's not where I stand. So for instance, I look at sustainable developments. This is a really cool, super unused special use opportunity. It clearly lines multiple public good benefits. Vidilla knows the whole history of it and can write an expose on it. It outlines really good development patterns, and there's no reason that it can't be included as a special use permit across all zoning districts. The density calculation and regulation around lot size is going to control whether that can happen or not anyway. And to be honest, that's the same with most of these other items. Just having a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet, to get a 16-plex in, you got to do 8 times 16. Ugh, big number. Yikes. It's like you're going to have 4 acres. So somebody has to have 4 acres in RS2, okay? I don't know who that person is, but 4 acres in RS2 unlocks a 16-unit apartment complex, which is almost nothing, I'll remind you.
Are you talking about sustainable development?
No. I've gone off on a whole other tangent of allowing.
I think also everyone here pretty much agrees with you. I don't think anyone disagrees with you.
I don't disagree, but this is a public meeting, okay?
Sure.
And if somebody wants to understand why we're making these decisions, this is the one place they get to go, unless Will is about to transcribe this entire thing and put it in our meeting minutes, which...
There are a few other places that they could go to learn this, though. Like, other people have told this story.
The answer is no other board has. So if you tell me the other board who has, okay, we are established by the state. The state of North Carolina has decided this board should exist. Yeah, we're not a nonprofit. That's not what we are. We don't have donors. So if we allow multifamily across the board in every zoning district, we still have many ceilings that cap the number of units that can actually get onto any individual parcel.
That's right.
There's no imminent threat to a 200-unit apartment complex going into any neighborhood in this community.
Right. And I don't think that that's what people are actually concerned with.
I agree, it's racism and classism they're actually
I
concerned
think
with.
that, yes, that might be some of it, and it's the irony of the fact that it comes from every place, right? Like, it's not just relegated to certain neighborhoods or certain demographics.
Correct.
Right? Like, we're fully aware of that.
And so, I know I wear everyone out in here, but I started with saying landscaping isn't the most important and tried to stop us from the 5-6 slide march to the most important spot, which is actually the reason we're having this conversation about middle housing itself, which is also why I requested an overlay. Even if it's the roughest draft, I don't care if you throw a napkin over the table at us with a circle around the entire city of Asheville. I personally am sitting here requesting from you, whether it's 1, 2, or the abolition of all overlays. I'm super into that too. We can abolish all overlays and make it completely equal. But I think council has been pretty clear about it. You offered a PED, Steph, and I'm here requesting it.
What did you, so tell me, council's been clear about what? The overlay, is that what you mean?
A clear anti-displacement strategy.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, they've been clear that we need to do a better job. Staff and this board needs to do a better job. Like Susan said, which I agree with. Many people have said the things we're saying, but we're the board that's been chartered to help foster this, just like staff.
From a regulatory basis, it's, yeah.
Exactly,
You,
from a
the Affordable
regulatory
Housing
basis.
Advisory Committee and some other groups.
Correct. Like Tim was here. He's from Strong Towns. Strong Towns doesn't get to sit here and do this. We're the people who do this. And that's what I'm getting at, is they've asked us to be more clear on our anti-displacement strategies. We haven't done a great job of doing that. Our thresholds amendment is out there to convert from 50 units to 100 square feet. That's good, meaningful work that's meant to be along the commercial corridors, okay? It's not meant to be in the neighborhoods. The question becomes, how do we signal to our community that we're super serious about anti-displacement, and the way it keeps coming to us is through overlays. I'm not a big fan of them, but I will look at them, and I've been told directly by the community that they want self-determination, which I can tell you, as a Native person, that's no joke. I can understand any community coming to us and saying they want self-determination because we have a transitional overlay on Charlotte Street that's protecting a certain community from no change. If that community is allowed to be protected, any other community within our city should be allowed to come to us and ask for the same thing.
Yes, and the state allows you to create neighborhood conservation zones or areas, so that's another tool that could potentially, it's basically its own zoning district, and it can serve as an overlay. There are ways we can do this that aren't overlays, and there's also a lot of programmatic help that if you look at all of the recommendations that came out of the Missing Middle Study, that came out of the Affordable Housing Plan, there's regulatory stuff, but the main stuff is help people stay in their homes, like preserve naturally occurring affordable housing, tenant protections, pay people's taxes, all of that kind of stuff. So just to your point about, I can't wait for us to talk a little bit more about our anti-displacement strategies And I think we're going to get into a really good groove of working together in the next couple of months. I know the last couple months have been hard. We were supposed to have a work session on this, I think, in May, at the end of May. And so that kind of fell apart for a variety of reasons. And also important is that you're right. There's a lot of communications around self-determination and people being able to say, this is what I want for my own neighborhood. And staff is at the table with the legacy neighborhood communities, attending their meetings, setting up special meetings to be able to understand what it is that they want, because we are not sure that there is a one-size-fit-all solution for all legacy neighborhoods. They're very, very different, physically, socially, economically, spatially, geospatially, all of that kind of thing. So it's definitely not easy, but it's important for us to keep discussing this. It's not going to be solved by a magical zoning overlay, right? That's the bigger picture. But there are a lot of things that you guys can do, that we can do, and that we can work with a lot of other community groups to do. And I hope that we can maybe have a more focused conversation about it and get some things down on paper and react to some of the different ideas that we are tossing around.
So, and I agree. So it's difficult as a board here. We're land use board. We're not fixed leaky roof board. We're not subsidized taxes board. We're land use. And so from what we hear, what I hear from you, and also to be really clear, these last few months working with everyone has not been difficult. There's an actual housing crisis going on out there, and we shouldn't expect this work to be super easy in the middle of a land use crisis. You know, I
think actually even scheduling a meeting where everybody can come is difficult.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm getting.
I'm just hanging around. You let me know, I'll swing in.
I know you are. We get your emails.
But what I guess I'm getting at is, as the land use board, we know that the largest part of our city needs fast, adaptive, flexible action that releases housing opportunities in the broadest parts of our community we can, okay? And then we also know we owe it to certain communities that haven't always had a seat at the table to allow them a different path, to move on a different time scale than our commercial districts, our transportation corridors and our CBD, and you see what I mean? And that's where that
we also, I think, need to give them the time to be able to actually participate in the process.
Correct.
And not decide that we're just going, not to decide what that looks like for them, what that other path looks like for them. And I think that's the tension, is that moving quickly and trying to be agile and help in this housing crisis, and then also moving slowly so that we can include people in the process that we have neglected for hundreds of years. That's a thing we're all trying to, I see you nodding your head, like we're all trying to accomplish that.
Correct.
Right? And so it means we're going to move, frankly, it means we're going to probably move at medium speed for most things, really slow for some, and fast on a few. And when you're asking about putting a couple P's on a table of uses, I'm telling you that's the fast stuff. And so I hear everybody saying, can't we do this and can't we do that? We can. That's going to take a little bit more time. And we can talk about theory and we can talk about academics. I'm just talking about being practical and making a couple changes so that we can gain momentum with each other and with the people in the elected realm who are making decisions, and the people in our community who don't trust what we're doing.
And so to that point, that's where I say, I think this is how the overlay keeps getting put into the conversation, because those overlays can travel on their path, and some of those P's on use tables can travel on a separate path, and that overlay is important because, for instance, if you look on Choctaw, there are some zoning districts down there on Choctaw that don't exist anywhere else in the city, and they probably got there without community input. okay? And so by putting the overlay in these locations, like for instance in Shiloh, around, there's a church there, right? They're kind of Shiloh core. That, I believe, is in their neighborhood plan to have an overlay in that district. Okay, that's been clearly defined. Their community has asked for that. I'm saying where it is defined, let's show all the other, say there are, I can't remember, is it 7 legacy neighborhoods, 5 legacy neighborhoods? Let's show those other 5 legacy neighborhoods. If you put it in your neighborhood plan and we commit to it and we adopt that plan, we're going to do it. That's in there. That's been in their plan. That's low-hanging fruit to say, look, we did what we said we were going to do.
It's a really great point, and some of our neighborhoods actually don't have plans. And so that has been a struggle when we, as a city and the South Slope community, tried to adopt the South Slope plan. We recognized there were things in it that were pretty offensive, like just the name South Slope.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so even coming out of the gate, the name of that plan is actually really South Slope, a South Side neighborhood vision, right? But those people that live in the South Side for many, many years, only 3 of them participated in that process. And to say like, hey, we're going to adopt this plan without having our own plan is a very difficult thing to do. So we have agreed for over a year now to not bring that plan to council so that they could create their own. And they have just recently created their own vision, which is a plan on a page. So that's the slow work, right? And Burton Street has their plan, and we have just geared up to start coordinating across the city to make sure that some of those things, as I-26 is now looming as an actual project, that some of those things are getting accomplished and tracking progress on that. So those things are, and Emma and Podair Emma, they have their own unique needs. It's the coolest neighborhood. Let's try to keep it that way. It's hard because they're like what I mentioned, the hard part of it is that they're not all the same. So to create some kind of overlay that just shabam, this is going to protect everybody. They have different needs and some of them don't have them outlined very well. But what I'm gonna say to you, and I'm gonna just wrap this up, is like, I know everybody here is invested in high quality of life for all of the people that live here and that work here. And that's different for everybody. We just gotta spend a little more time. I sent a note to you today, Jeffrey, that if we could have a work session, maybe even before the next meeting, or even if it's right, like the hour before the next meeting, to have this specific conversation, I think it would be worthwhile. And it might need to be more than an hour, based on how much we're digging in.
I so appreciate the discussion, and Commissioner Wheatley, thank you, to lift up and go back to use table. A lot of the points that you were bringing up about what the use table says about our community and our values is really important. So I do think that's something we need to keep centered on while we continue to have the important conversations that we've been having for the last 20 minutes or so. Just back to the use table, I think that what you touched on is commonly called exclusionary zoning, and what we should have the aspiration towards is eliminating as much exclusionary housing principles that are embedded in the UDO. I agree with what you're saying. I think, staff may advise us to take a more pragmatic, measured approach. I'm on board for any incremental changes or broad-scale changes, but continuing to shine light on the issue that housing is housing, and we need to treat it with the respect and equality of just being a place where any kind of family lays their head is super, super important. So deeply appreciate you bringing that up. It's, I think, fundamental to what we're doing. We have a couple members of the public who have just hung in there with us, and I would love to give them some time. After public comment, could we, unless anyone has a hot burning, I would just love to open public comment at 9:49. Mr. Scott Adams,
Limited to 3 minutes.
come on down.
Look at HRC meetings,
I'll be ultra brief and just say that I've been on the Missing Middle Advisory Study Advisory Committee initially, and I've also been part of the small implementation team. And a lot of things that you're seeing up here tonight reflect discussions that we've had to date. So I'm generally supportive of everything that's been laid out up there. I did send in a public, it was a comment earlier. I realized this was a discussion, not a hearing, so I did have a comment that I was specifically opposed to the initial language around the level 1 requirement. I suggested actually defining a sketch level site plan versus a formal site plan. There's already a great deal of language in the UDO and site plan requirements that detail all that. So with that minor note, generally supportive of everything that's been up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Sharon Summerall, please come on down.
All right, I have a lot to say, but I've got 3 minutes. So I'm Sharon Summerall. I was on the Urban Forestry Commission for 6 years. My term was up this January. I also reviewed for the TRC for 5 years. And so I know a lot about 711-3 with a lot of help from Will. I'm also on the Coalition of Asheville Neighborhoods, and I'm in Easton Valley, which is a legacy neighborhood, and we are working on updating our current vision statement for what our neighborhood wants. But I'm here to talk about trees. I've worked on the open space amendment with Vidilla. I also was part of the tree canopy protection ordinance task force, and I was helped develop that with a group of us. And I also was part of the 711-3 discussions about the changes that came from the open space discussions. And my concern is about the building impact removal and the buffer of the parking lot buffer requirements. So I had to write this down because I led off on tangents. So I'm concerned about the removal of parking lot buffer and building impact trees because they will impact all of the larger developments, especially the retrofit centers into heat islands. So what the ordinance says in the short form on 711-3-5AB, it says building impact landscaping shall be required for new or existing buildings in order to soften views from roads and adjacent properties, provide shade to reduce the heat generated by impervious surfaces, reduce glare, and to help enhance the urban landscape. So this applies to every development 3,000 square feet or over only, okay? So of the total footprint, it can be 2 buildings put together as long as it's 3,000 feet or over, then the requirement of 1 tree and 2 shrubs for every 1,000 square feet of building footprint, and these can be planted anywhere. The misnomer is building impact, you got to cram them around the building. They can go anywhere on the property. They also can be cross-pollinated from the tree canopy protection ordinance. So if you've got them over here, they can be counted as tree protection trees. And most of these on these larger developments are older trees, they're bigger trees. And they're not like the old ordinance used to be before we got the TCPO, where you took everything out and planted the skinny little trees. This is actually working. Most of us on the Urban Forestry Commission don't like the fact that 1 tree is 500 square feet. So when you're adding tree canopy protection to a commercial development, that can only be 3 trees or 4 trees. But when you've got building impact trees, you've got lots of trees. And they're bigger trees. And so it's really helping the heat island effect for some of these larger developments. And also building impact trees, if they're not required, developers will remove them. They don't need them, or they're not giving incentivization to keep them, they'll take them out. Because it's easier for them, as in the grading process, we all know. I'm a landscape contractor, have been for 40 years. So it's easier for me to go out and nuke the place and stick something new in. And I have a lot to say about all the development. I'm pretty much on board with everything that's going on with these trees and the specifications and design standards, but I don't have time to go into that. I have reviewed most every Ingalls development that has come through including the old Kmart. If you want to remove the building impact trees and parking lot buffers, all you would have would be VUA trees and some TCP trees, not very many. Removing the parking lot buffer requirements would mean, for instance, at the shopping center I manage the one where the Whole Foods is on South Tunnel Road. The only trees there would be VUA trees, as no street trees can be installed on South Tunnel Road because of all the utilities, all right? No building impact trees would be required, and then no parking lot buffer trees would be required. And this center was a retrofit from old Kmart. So that means that the only trees that would be allowed there would be the tree canopy protection and the VUA trees, and all the existing trees on that property are behind it. So that would mean that the only thing you would get with the island trees in the island, you wouldn't get when you drive along Tunnel Road, you wouldn't get any of those trees that got planted that hide those buildings. You wouldn't get any of the trees that are sitting along front of Whole Foods that go all the way down because they're the building impact trees. So all you would have would be parking lot trees, all right? So, and also, the last thing I have to say is that the amount of increase that we've got on level C for the 5% increase is not going to be enough percentage to make up for the lack of the building impact trees on these larger properties. By reviewing them as many years as I have reviewed them, the tree canopy protection, very few trees actually go in. Where I'm really saving trees is what's existing, to incentivize what's there, and also, the fines are pretty steep. And the Urban Forestry Commission has gathered a lot of money. We can't spend it yet. And I was thinking about the one development. I go, well, the Urban Forestry could take that money on that private development, offer them, and save some of that urban wetland, because we have enough money to buy it. We just have to buy it within the overlay that has been applied to. So there's a lot of things going on, and what I would say from listening to all this, I think the Urban Forestry Commission should come to a work group, sit down and talk to you, explain why trees are so important for the environment, and how it's going to affect the missing middle housing, and how we can all work together and make this kind of work. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you so much. At 9:57, we will close public comment, and that brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you so much to staff for sticking with us and your great work to kind of prep all the materials today and walk us through. Thanks to my fellow commissioners. This was a long, robust meeting.
Thanks to the public.
And thanks to the public.